Good evening, everyone.
Progress.
Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, January 26th. I now call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Certainly, Mayor Lorraine. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
And Councilmember Newsom.
Here. We're excited to be here in person tonight with options for those who choose not to be in person to still participate virtually. I will share some details on how to do that in a moment, but before, I would like to invite our City Clerk, Martin McTaggart, to provide a brief overview of new audiovisual updates in our council chambers. As you may recall, we were in the library for a month or so, and we are back with new features.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. You're all very welcome back to City Hall. We have made some updates to our audiovisual experience. In our chamber, you'll see we have some new monitors, a new screen for viewing purposes, and we also, the most significant update for everyone in the community will be our public comment timer. So you'll notice that we've added public comment timers directly to the left of the screen, so you'll see how that works in just a moment. We also have one directly in front of the speaker podium and one at the back of the chamber. So those are all the major updates.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing those. Now, there are several ways to participate in public comment during this meeting, during public comment periods for items. For those attending in person, you may complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely on Zoom, use the raise your hand feature and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If you're calling in via phone in Zoom, please press *9 to raise your hand, and when you're called upon, you can press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close public comment periods for each specific item in our agenda tonight. For members of the public who may be watching us on YouTube right now, if you wish to provide live public comment, unfortunately, we do not have that feature available in our YouTube feed at this time. So please note you must join the meeting through the Zoom webinar using the access information that's listed in our city agenda on the city website. Thank you for bearing with us on that. And we will now move to our first item, which is a ceremonial item, age-friendly business certification recognition. We have a number of honorees, and we have Jennifer Chen, our economic development manager, who will kick us off on this item. Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to start with a really quick background about this before we recognize our businesses in the council chambers. In October 2020, the city of San Mateo committed to becoming an age-friendly city by joining the AARP's Age-Friendly Community Network. As part of the city's age-friendly action plan and in coordination with the Parks and Rec Department, staff developed the Age-Friendly Business Certification program to recognize and promote businesses and organizations that demonstrate a commitment to meeting the needs of our older adults. The goals of this program are to support and recognize businesses in creating more inclusive physical environments and customer service practices to foster spaces where older adults can feel comfortable and independent, and to acknowledge older adults as a significant and growing customer base within our community. Participating businesses receive recognition on the city's website, an age-friendly window decal, inclusion in a citywide directory, and a promotional social media support through the city and its partners, the Chamber and the Downtown Association. More importantly, these businesses are helping to show what an age-friendly city looks like in practice. I would like to thank the Age-Friendly Coalition volunteers, especially Vince Simonitis, whose time and expertise were essential to this pilot program. His passion and leadership, along with his dedication to the program via site visits, verification work, helped ensure the integrity and success of this verification process. I would also like to thank the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce, whose input was critical in the initial development of the program and provided valuable feedback. We are pleased to recognize the businesses and organizations listed in front of us tonight. The initial participants, I'll be reading them quickly: AAA Vacuum Sewing and Barbecue, Baking Arts and Coffee, Bay Home and Linens, Bella Nails, Blue Monarch Skin Studio, Bundy Opticians, California Art Supply and Company, Chill Spot Rendezvous, Christian Rafferty Fine Jewelry, the Christina Apartments, Cuban Kitchen, Dr. Cassandra Mason, DC, Flower Nose Florists, Footwear, etc., Maverick Jacks, Peninsula Critter Care, Peninsula Family Service, Piazza's Fine Foods, Porterhouse, San Mateo Florists, San Mateo Lockworks, Sight for Sore Eyes, Sunrise Senior Living. We also ask for help in promoting this program to more businesses throughout San Mateo as we continue to expand and strengthen our age-friendly community. I would now like to ask staff from Parks and Recreation, volunteers with the Age-Friendly Coalition, and the CEO of the San Mateo Chamber of Commerce, and representatives from the age-friendly businesses who are in the chamber, Bella Nails, Peninsula Family Services, Baking Arts and Coffee, Peninsula Critter Care, California Art Supply, and Dr. Cassandra Mason to join us for a photo.
Thank you to all of the awardees who could be with us tonight. I appreciate your work in making San Mateo a friendlier city for our aging population, our seniors, and of course, by extension, all of us. Now we are going to move beyond the ceremonial portion of tonight's meeting, which includes the business items being considered by the council. For that reason, I would like to remind all in the room and online that we will now be enforcing our rules of decorum. As such, we do not allow for cheering, jeering, or booing during the business portion of the meeting, or clapping, as this tends to put a chill on public comment. Our goal is to ensure that all perspectives are heard tonight. Our motto is give respect, get respect, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. City Clerk, can you please read our consent calendar?
Certainly, Mayor Lorraine. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 2, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 3, ceremonial street naming application honoring former Mayor Jerry Hill approval. Item number 4, 233 LaSalle Drive zoning reclassification, zoning code amendment, and planning application for an early childhood education center, ordinance adoption. Item number 5, Enterprise Resource Planning System subscription increase approval. Item number 6, revisions and retitle of crime and intelligence analyst position approval. Item number 7, County of San Mateo Compost Broker Program Memorandum of Understanding. Item number 8, Underground Flow Equalization System Odor Control System Temporary Rental Change Order. Item number 9, Transportation Staffing Restructuring Adoption. Item number 10, Wastewater Treatment Plant On-Call Consulting Services Amendment. Item number 11, Wastewater Treatment Plant Immediate Action Projects Package 3 Agreement. Item number 12, On-Call Consultant Services for Transportation Analyst Report Preparation Amendment. Item number 13, Citywide Tree Planting Services Bid Rejection. Item number 14, Lakeshore Park Batting Cage, Ball Fields, and Concession Building Lease Agreement. And finally, item number 15, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025, approval.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item for the consent calendar? Seeing none. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just wanted to make a comment after. No, not.
Very good. Thank you for that. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item? If you'd like to do so, you may pull a speaker slip at this time. This is for just those items that the city clerk just listed off. City clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mayor Lorraine, no request to speak in our in-person environment. In our Zoom, I do see one hand raised. Oh, no hands raised in our virtual environment. So we have no request to speak on the consent calendar.
Thank you. So I will close public comment for the consent calendar and ask for a motion to approve.
So moved?
Thank you. City clerk, can you please make a roll call vote?
Certainly. Deputy Mayor Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsom,
Aye.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And I believe the deputy mayor has a comment.
Hi there. I just wanted to thank my council colleagues for passing the item brought forward by me and Councilmember Diaz-Nash to rename O'Farrell Street, which is a street right here, for former mayor, supervisor, council member, everything, senator, assembly member, Jerry Hill. He retired during COVID and never really got to get honored for all of the decades of work he put into this community. So I'm grateful that we get to do this. I also, in advance of the actual ceremony moving forward, I want to thank County Manager Mike Callaghy and Supervisor Noelia Corzo for being great partners on this project as well. And thank you to Alex and city staff for all of their hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Just one comment to the public. I would encourage you to read the item number 15 on the consent calendar, which is the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. It is, if you want to understand what's going on in the city and how it's run and how well it's run, it would be a good financial report in one spot. So I recommend it to you.
Thank you, council member. And at this time, I will move on to our next item of business. Oh, and that would be general public comment. So this is next on the agenda is general public comment. Members of the public may wish to comment on any item that is not on our agenda tonight. This is the opportunity to address the city council. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter that's not on the agenda tonight, but your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. City Clerk, can you please tally the number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Mayor Lorraine, I've received a total of 6 requests to speak in both our in-person environment and our virtual environment. So per council adopted rules and procedures, that is 3 minutes per speaker. We will begin with our in-person speakers first. When I call your name, if you can please line up to my right to ensure that we receive all your comments as expeditiously as possible. So we will begin with May Lee, followed by Kevin Simpson and Rich Hedges.
Hey everyone, my name is May, last name is Lee, my full name is Xue Mei Lee. Last meeting was my first meeting. I brought up something kind of very strange about extremely high radio frequency detected. I've been working with the city engineering, following up on that issue. Today I want to present something related. It's about a tree. Mysterious tree cuttings and burns and possible laser cuts for the damage. Before I show you the pictures, this is a YouTube channel. This is the channel's name. I don't know if you can follow up to everyone, but it's called a Bruce Janke. And she has been invited, it was on October 8th, 2025. Her channel invited a forensic arborist, Robert Bream. That's the last name. So this is just for, I'm trying to draw public awareness and hopefully help me do some homework so we can all observe there's potential something coming from the sky or who knows, I do not know the source. But based on my research, there's something called a directive energy weapon that match the public resource shows. And this is the picture of the burned leaf. And I've been watching around in different cities, including San Mateo, for several years. This is on campus of CSM. Okay. And this is in our neighborhood. The tree on top of the tree all burned. And we do have 7 street lights that cover with the deflectors. And I drove in the nearby towns. I haven't seen any other lights that cover the deflectors. There could be for other reasons, I understand. Could be for the light pollution, someone complained, but could be for something else that we do not know, even, you know. This is another one's in the neighborhood. So they happened to a lot of neighborhoods. So that's why I hope the general public can help and then we all observe and maybe try to understand. This is outside of a San Mateo,
thank you, May.
San Carlos Police
Thank you, May.
Department, and then I will follow up next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers will be Kevin Simpson, followed by Rich Hedges and Mike Swire.
Thank you, Council. I love the new screens. I don't really like seeing myself in dazzling 4K up there, so I'll keep my eyes on all of you. I also want to say congrats to California Art and Baking Arts, both places that this aged artist and baker likes to patronize. Now on to a more serious topic. As you know, this weekend we lost another member of our community who was killed getting off a bus and crossing the street in our city by a car. And I was here a few weeks ago after a similar incident. And at that time I said, you know, it feels like the sense of urgency is not here. And we do have some major safety improvements we're making throughout the city, but it feels like there's a crisis out there and business as usual in here. We got a stark reminder of that after the death of Aiden Fang, when the county district attorney didn't even feel it was worth his time to take it to a jury to let them decide if criminal punishment was warranted. Didn't even feel like taking it to the jury. To the jury. And my question is, if you want to show us that you do care about these things, the only way that you can do that is by taking action on the things that are in front of you. And backtracking on safety or sidelining safety concerns is not the way to do it. People are dying on the regular on our streets, and we've got to do more. And I know you can't talk about it for a variety of reasons, but you need to show us. The district attorney won't show us. I'm asking you to show us. Show us through your actions. Let's make the streets safer for everybody, whether they're on a scooter or a bike or getting off a bus to go clean houses for a living, as Veronica Vasquez was. So I really hope that as we see the next year unfold in front of us and all the things that come before you and all of us that are related to street safety, that you will do your level best to pick the safe option that protects our community and keeps Veronica and Aiden and all the other people that have been killed forefront in our memory and the way we make our decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We do not allow for any cheering, jeering, or booing. It can put a chill on public comment, so we ask that you please refrain from that. Our next speaker will be Rich Hedges, followed by Mike Swire and Trina Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and City Council members. I see you fixed it up after I left. So last Wednesday, a woman exited the El Camino bus at 17th Avenue and El Camino, punched the walk button, and proceeded to cross El Camino Real. She reached the second northbound lane and was struck and killed. Veronica Vasquez, say her name. Veronica Vasquez. She was a human being with children, grandchildren, and the hopes of great-grandchildren. She'll never hold them. This intersection is at 17th and El Camino, the most dangerous intersection of all the pathways from Caltrain to the west side. And this is 17th Avenue, the main feeder from Caltrain to the west side. For years, I've attended meetings and I've raised this issue. And by the way, San Mateo needs to be held harmless on this. They do not control El Camino. That is a state road, and they are the ones that can fix this. But you have to force them to do it. You have to demand, not ask, because we've asked. So there are people that say to me when I go to these meetings, well, that'll create a delay that might put us in an F intersection. What is 30 seconds to a human life? And there's already a delay there because as these pedestrians, and there are many of them across here, cross, they are delaying traffic unless one of them is run over. And there have been people killed here. The treasurer for Sue Limpert's campaign was struck there. So, what is a life worth? A delay already exists. Veronica's daughter, Dora, she doesn't have a mother anymore that she can talk to and ask advice. She was a house cleaner, a low-income person. Everyone's setting up there, I know you well, you value equity. This is an equity issue. Why is someone that doesn't drive and is doing the very things we think people should do, taking public transportation, not allowed to live? And I'm telling you, I challenge everybody in this room to cross that intersection at high traffic time. It is absolutely frightening. I do it all the time. I have businesses there on both sides of the road that I visit. So if we truly believe in equity, if we believe in transportation, if we believe in pedestrian safety, and if we believe all of this, then we will demand Caltrain to make a change to that intersection. It harms no one, and it helps a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mike Swire, followed by Trina Pierce.
Yeah, Happy New Year, members of council. Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. Mike Swire speaking on my own behalf. On Friday, January 23rd, Veronica Vasquez got off the Samtrans bus on El Camino to walk to her house cleaning gig in San Mateo. Veronica was in her 60s, but she had never owned a car in her entire life. There's no protected left turn at the intersection, so drivers need to dodge oncoming car traffic before worrying about the crosswalk, hopefully. As Veronica crossed El Camino, she waved her arms at a left-turning driver approaching her quickly. Reports suggest that the driver did not slow down. The driver hit Veronica and dragged her before coming to a stop. Veronica passed away shortly thereafter. I'd like a moment of silence for Veronica and the many, many other victims of traffic violence, past and future, in the city of San Mateo. Thank you. Why did Veronica die? Veronica died because someone, perhaps an elected official, made the decision that a protected left turn signal wasn't necessary, or perhaps, as Rich said, would unduly slow car traffic. I hope that the council will remember Veronica Vasquez next week when it decides whether or not to spend up to $2 million to rip out important safety infrastructure on the most dangerous street in the city, next to 3 schools serving 10,000 students. What will happen if a child dies after the council prioritizes the convenience of those who drive over the safety of the poor people who do not? One other question I have, I understand Caltrans controls the intersection, but given Rich has been speaking about this, why has the city not brought this forward, this intersection, before? We heard recently that several safety projects in the city have been delayed. Why? Because the city continues its obsession with the Humboldt bike lane quagmire. It's been 4 years that we've had meetings upon meetings. We've spent hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars on studies and surveys and counts of bikes that we then throw out. The time is to move on and complete the hundreds of other projects that are going to save lives instead of moving backwards again. I encourage you all to watch the Sustainability Committee meeting. The best comment was from the student commissioner, who said, was there any change in the parking since we removed the bike or removed the parking there? They said, on the whole, the neighborhood parking is still at 75%. We've seen more people riding, according to staff. The staff also did not address what is the liability for the city and the council if somebody is ultimately killed after ripping out the bike lanes, as well as the sequel suit. And then finally, there's the grant aspect,
thank
whether
you,
the
Mike.
city will be able to get additional grants.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much.
And our final speaker in chambers will be Trina Pierce.
Good evening. You guys all know me, Trina Pierce from North Central. I'm really tired of hearing these lies after lies after lies after lies about people in San Mateo or North Central want the bike lanes. We do not. It's hurting these seniors. And for people that sell their houses for $4.5 million, they know nothing about what these people are going through. And I'm just tired of it. They don't live in the neighborhood. They don't even come in the neighborhood and ride their bikes anymore. They just did that to make these surveys bigger. And it's just not right. And I'm just really tired of hearing that. Our area, our district is no different from any other. And in order to get to those bike lane, that so-called protected bike lane with the white paint, that's not a protected bike lane. And we all know that. So in order for them to get to Humboldt, they had to ride down streets that had no bike lane or a shared bike lane, because you just don't pop on Humboldt. So I'm just tired of hearing that out of people that have the money to get up and go, do the Uber and stuff. So, but I want to read something to you guys. While community meetings have been held and petitions have been signed, the city council had yet to make any consequential decisions over the fate of the bike lanes. That is, until Monday, February 3rd, when all council members agreed to start the process of removing the bike lanes on Humboldt Street from 2nd Avenue to Indian, which would bring back about 100 parking spaces. The plan would also implement a pilot program on Fremont Street or Idaho Street. Unlike the current Humboldt Street setup, the pilot would be a bike boulevard, which does not have designated lanes. Okay. I've been talking to neighbors in North Central saying, keep going to the meetings. The city council, they're listening to us. Well, of course, you guys listen to us and you've said everybody's going. What happened to the 100 that we're getting, that we're supposed to be getting? Now it's just null and void. And the money that the CBDG gave us, That was supposed to repair sidewalks, put in street lights. Not a street light was put in. And it said maintain bike lanes. You installed the bike lane. Well, not you guys, but the previous people. So when you installed that bike lane, money was gone. So that's why we had no streets repaired. We had no street lights. And it was supposed to fix up the King Center, and it was for the seniors in North Central because those seniors need help. You know, they can't even have, some of them have to decide if they want to have Netflix or, you know, prime time. They can't afford both, like some of these people that don't live here that come here and just say this stuff. And I'm sick of hearing first it was $1 million, then it was $2 million, now it's $4 million. Stop the lying. If you want to win, win fairly. But we're tired of it. The neighborhood is tired of it. But thank you guys so much for listening to me again. But I'll be back.
Thank you. And moving to our virtual environment where our one and only speaker will be Allison McQueen. Allison, please unmute your mic.
Hello, good evening. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Yep.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council. I bike a lot around San Mateo to get to where I need to go, whether that is to get to work every day using the Humboldt bike lanes, or to go to the doctor or the dentist, go grocery shopping, or pick up my kids from school. I don't have spandex, and I don't have a fancy bike. My bike doesn't even have gears. I'm not sure how many of you have had near-death experiences, but I've had two, both on a bicycle. In both cases, I was less than a second from being killed. One was at an intersection where a dump truck for West Valley Construction, who was doing work for the city of San Mateo, decided to run a red light. I was already in the crosswalk, and I had to quickly dodge the dump truck barreling towards me. I wasn't able to get the license plate, but I called police. My voice is shaking now, actually, remembering it. But my voice was shaking. My body was shaking. And I could barely get the words out of what had happened. The day the dump truck almost killed me, I was actually on the way to a Safe Routes to School meeting at Sunny Bray Elementary with Public Works employees and newly elected council member Rob Newsom. When I arrived at the meeting, I recounted what had happened, and I unexpectedly broke down crying. I was still so scared and shaken up from almost being killed. Near misses like this will never make the news or be captured in data like people being hit or killed while walking or biking, like Ms. Vasquez, which several speakers have spoken about. This is happening all too often in San Mateo. But near misses are indicative of safety issues and are scarring, and I will never forget this experience, and I think of it often when I'm biking in the same spots. Please prioritize bicyclist and pedestrian safety, which are symbiotic. I'm going to say it again, pedestrian and bicyclist safety are symbiotic on Humboldt Street and around San Mateo before we lose another human being's life in our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I will close general public comment at this time. I appreciate everyone who gave one. We will now move on to our next item of business. That would be item number 16, Historic Policy Effort, Update on Draft Historic Policies and Council Direction. We have a presentation led by Director of Community Development, Zachary Dahl.
Oh, sure. So I have to cross over. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Zachary Dahl, Community Development Director with the City of San Mateo. And I'm joined here tonight by Julianne Murphy with Rincon Consultants, who is supporting our historic policy update effort. Before we get started, I do want to recognize the city team as well as the Rincon team who is working to support this effort. And it includes staff from our community development and planning teams, the city attorney's office, and then the professionals with Rincon Consultants. So for tonight's meeting, which is a study session to provide an update on our historic policy update effort, I want to provide an overview and set the table for what we will be discussing and going over this evening. The basis for this project originated out of implementation of General Plan 2040, which was adopted in March of 2024, and really focuses on two key actions which were prioritized by Council last year and the year prior, which led to the effort that is currently underway. This study session this evening is exactly that. There's no final decisions being made, no adoptions, no policies that will be finalized. This is an opportunity to provide the council and the public with an update where we're at, solicit input and feedback, and ultimately council direction as we move forward toward finalizing these policy documents and bringing back something for your consideration. So for tonight's presentation, we will be starting with an overview of our outreach and engagement, the draft citywide historic context statement, and the draft historic preservation ordinance, and then talk about next steps for the remainder of this policy effort, provide the public with a chance to provide comments and input, and then turn it over to you up on the dais, council, to discuss and ultimately provide us with direction. So at this point, I will go ahead and turn it over to Julianne.
Good evening. We have reached a key checkpoint in the project schedule. We have completed a substantial amount of community outreach, which I'll go over in just a bit here, and have prepared the first draft of both the historic context statement and the ordinance for community review. So in terms of project schedule, we're pretty much right on target. As I mentioned a moment ago, we have been implementing the features of our outreach and engagement plan. To date, this has included 3 focus groups and 3 workshops. The 3 focus groups were residents cautious of preservation efforts, residents supportive of preservation efforts, and members of the business owners and members of the development community. The 2 meeting types that we designed were to provide different kinds of feedback. A focus group is a small facilitated discussion designed to explore in-depth perspectives from a specific audience, while a workshop is a larger interactive forum structured to collaboratively explore topics, generate ideas, and gather broader input. Focus group invitees were identified through collaboration with the City Planning Department and included many individuals who expressed interest at the project outset and through coordination with the City Communications team. The outreach and engagement plan identified several goals, most of which we have exceeded to date. Momentum and interest has continued to build, and we had the most participants at our workshop last week with 55 people showing up. Through the course of outreach, we have pivoted to meet community needs. Following the response to Workshop 1, we worked to design pop-up events to meet people where they were. That included September Nights on B Street, the Chavez Supermarket, Hacienda Farmers Market, and we also provided flyers and information at Movie Night in the Park. To ensure accessibility, we have published postcards, fact sheets, and flyers in English, Spanish, and Chinese, and have offered translation services for all of our workshops. We have installed information boards at several strategic locations throughout the city, including at City Hall, the main library, the MLK Community Center, and the Senior Center. These are some key takeaways that we heard from our focus group effort. Our residents that were cautious of preservation really stated a desire for transparency, owner consent, local control. They had some concern about some financial burdens from the effort and conditional support for historic context statement. Whereas residents who were supportive of preservation efforts see preservation as essential to community identity, but do identify or do recognize a need for stronger tools, standards, and professional oversight. And we're supportive of inclusive educational and adaptive approaches. The business and real estate community kind of represent the feelings of both groups combined. They did say that there is a need for clear, practical guidance, but they do support flexible solutions for historic buildings while noting some concern about the financial burdens of preservation. From our workshops, this is in reference to workshops 1 and 2. We heard a broad recognition of San Mateo's cultural and architectural diversity, a desire for a transparent process, support for inclusive storytelling, and an interest in a balanced approach to policies that protect and celebrate preservation while also allowing flexibility for homeowners. Since this project has started, in addition to the workshop and focus group efforts, we've also been keeping a close eye on digital responses, including the time capsule and correspondence we received through our project information email address. Key takeaways from those efforts have shown us that there is an interest in knowing more about San Mateo's history and its development, expressed appreciation for historic places and events in San Mateo, a desire to understand the role of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, in relation to historical resources, and concerns over future recognition and treatment of neighborhoods like Glazenwood and Baywood. They also provided input on how to address owner consent in the ordinance update and expressed desire to understand the effects of local designation. The project team has been reviewing and discussing input received, and this feedback has influenced both decisions that we've made for the historic context statement and the ordinance. And workshop 3, which we just held last week, key takeaways from that, we heard a lot about questions and concerns over the recognition of both Glazenwood and Baywood, which we've heard through our digital outreach as well. There was a quite robust discussion on the threshold consent for local designation of historic districts. One of the things we did during that event was launch a poll where we asked respondents what kind of consent thresholds they want to see. And we saw the most support for a supermajority, or 3/4 of affected property owners being in support of designation. There was general support for incentives for the people that will have designated properties, with some expressing a desire to see more about how the Mills Act contracts would work. There was an interest in understanding the relationship between the local ordinance and CEQA, and a good discussion on the effects of designation. Since this workshop had the most information to respond to, we designed it to have 3 Q&A sessions, and we stayed beyond the meeting end to give time to ensure that we were available to answer questions. So these were the most common questions that we saw, but we saw quite a few more questions that we were able to address during that workshop. Now that we've had an overview of our outreach and engagement to date, I'm going to provide an update on the status of both the historic context statement and then the draft ordinance. So as a reminder, the context statement is a planning document that highlights trends and patterns of development, provides a framework of consistency for evaluating properties, organized into a series of contexts and sub-themes. The draft San Mateo historic context is organized by significant periods, themes, and property types. I want to remind the council and audience that historic context statements do not evaluate individuals or groups of properties, result in changes to the status of existing historic properties, and in this case did not include an extensive survey effort. This is an overview of how the document is organized. It follows the standard best practices and guidance for providing information, collecting it into a single document. The historic context statement organizes information in a way that makes sense to understand the city and its development. The context narrative is organized into 6 periods marked by major events or developmental shifts, and each chronological period is broken into themes that were identified after looking at the recurring topics and patterns that explain San Mateo's growth and development from period to period. Property types were then described as they relate to each theme. If you've had a chance to review the document, you will see that it discusses how the city transformed from large estates to residential neighborhoods like Hayward Park, Glazenwood, Baywood, Hillsdale, and how commercial developments like the Leslie Salt Company and Bay Meadows influenced the city's physical environment, and how transportation innovations informed how people move throughout and outside the city. These aspects of the historic context statement were developed through both original research and the feedback that we received from the community. The draft historic context statement also includes an overview of architectural styles, a section on the biographies of architects, developers, and builders who worked in the city, and includes a section to discuss the guidance for assessing significance. We provided this draft for public review in November 2025, but I do want to note that this is a first draft of this document, so you've probably noticed that there are sections that have not been completed yet. Some of this is because this is a concurrent effort with the historic context the historic ordinance update. And some of it is because this is an iterative process and we're looking for input and feedback from both council and from the community. And so, in short, the historic context statement tells the how, when, and why of San Mateo's development, focuses on development trends and property types, provides a basis of information that can aid in the identification, evaluation, and treatment of historic resources, and facilitates a better understanding of the relative importance of resources. It provides a framework for evaluation, but does not designate anything. Okay, so as you may remember, we were here in June 2025 to discuss the ordinance and seek your guidance on some critical issues and looking for your recommendations on how to address those things. I'm going to review what we previously asked you, how you responded, and how we incorporated your response into the drafts that we've prepared. So first, the first question we asked you is, should we proceed with drafting updates to the historic preservation that include all of these things in this table? And so there are, our response is the corresponding section to those. I don't want to read them all to you, but the one outstanding thing is that we will discuss a little bit later in today's presentation is the establishment of a reviewing body. You advised against creating a new reviewing body and suggested the Community Relations Committee. And so draft language has left the committee unnamed pending kind of final direction from you tonight. Question 2 was, should the criteria for local designation conform to California Register criteria, or should additional criteria be included to acknowledge the city's unique history and development? There was strong support for local designation criteria to align with California Register criteria, so that's what we've done. You did express some interest in allowing for additional criteria based on information we received from outreach and engagement activities. I'll say to date, there's nothing that we've heard from outreach and engagement that isn't already captured in the 4 criteria that California Register uses. So for now, the draft just includes those 4, but that is potentially open for change. As a reminder, the 4 criteria for California Register are very similar to what we've drafted here for San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. And so it is significant, things that are significant for historic events, things that are significant for their association with historic people, things that are significant for their design or architecture, and then things that may yield information, which is most often used for archaeological resources, but not exclusively. And then we asked, should the Historic Preservation Ordinance include a mechanism to designate districts? And if yes, should owner support be required? You did support local designation of historic districts, but did say that owner support should be required. At that time, you didn't express a specific threshold for consent, but stated general support for majority consent. And so what we've provided in the ordinance outlines the process for designation at the local level of a historic district and includes a petition requirement that a certain percentage of property owners must support the application. But again, this is something that we will go into more detail in a moment. And our final question was, what form of owner consent? I presented a couple different options at that meeting. You expressed that you would want to see affirmative consent. So for individually listed resources, we have made it that the application must come from the homeowner. That's like the property owner. That is the most clear way to achieve affirmative consent. And then for historic districts, we've outlined a process that includes layers of notification and consent checkpoints. And again, we'll go into more detail on that in a few more slides. This slide is to illustrate the functions of a recommended historic preservation ordinance versus what San Mateo currently has. As you can see, several essential elements were missing. And so this draft sought to develop features of an ordinance that are currently missing, including direction on how to appropriately identify and regulate historic resources. One of the major functions of a historic preservation ordinance that the current one does not have is establishing the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. That is a local register of historic resources. The ordinance that we have drafted no longer includes reference to specific resources or districts. It does not include state or federal listings automatically. Those Those things could be added, but would have to go through the local process, and provides the eligibility requirements and procedures for adding resources to the inventory. We've also included section 2766090, which is procedures for development proposals. This is added for clarity and transparency for potential applicants. It is an existing requirement under CEQA to assess when a planning application includes a structure that is over 45 years old. So this is just for the benefit of public information in the ordinance. And so the effects of designation, it also outlines how resources are going to be regulated. The way that we have approached this in this draft is to require a certificate of appropriateness, which is an approval document issued by the city to approve an alteration to a listed resource or a contributor within a historic district listed in the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory. A certificate of appropriateness would not be required for those properties that are non-contributors within a historic district. There are two types of projects we identified that would be subject to a certificate of appropriateness. Minor alterations are alterations that have been determined to have a limited potential to affect the defining character and architectural style of a resource. Those applications for certificates of appropriateness would be reviewed and approved at the staff level. They would include things like removal of insignificant exterior features or those things that are not historic or lacking integrity, replacing windows in kind, re-roofing in most instances, a demolition of a detached garage. Major alterations, on the other hand, are those things that result in significant changes or modifications that affect the exterior visual and or historic qualities of the property. Those would include more extensive projects like demolition or addition of square footage and or architectural features to street-facing elevations. We know that there was a lot of community interest in how to designate historic districts. We incorporated what we heard from community feedback and the guidance we received from you in June and developed a process that incorporates notice and consent checkpoints. So for an application for a historic district, the application would have to come from a property owner within the proposed district or a group of property owners and would include a description of the significance or applicability of the local criteria for designation, documentation that notification was provided to all potentially affected property owners, documentation that the percent threshold that we identify of affected property owners support the application. At that point, the application would be reviewed by the planning division to assess if it is complete and if the notification and consent information requirements were met. Once the application is deemed complete, the applicant would be required to hold a community meeting to provide information to potentially affected property owners on both what the status of the application is and what the designation would mean. At that point, after the community meeting, the application would continue on for designation recommendation. The reviewing body would review the application at a public meeting and make a recommendation to City Council. And finally, it would be forwarded to City Council for action. At that time, City Council would hold a public hearing to consider the application and adopt a resolution to either approve or deny the application. Now that we've gotten you up to speed on where we are, now we're going to run through the key items that we're looking for your feedback on tonight. Affirmative owner consent, like I mentioned previously, is pretty straightforward for individual properties. The owner has to submit the application. For historic districts, we have outlined the petition and notification process, the threshold for which is undecided in the current draft. The feedback from Workshop 3 was that there was great support for supermajority for consent. And so that's one of the items that we're asking for your input here tonight. One of the more maybe simple things to decide tonight is naming convention. The San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory is going to be comprised of two types of resources. Right now, we're calling individual resources listed resources, and then there are historic districts. Listed resources, we struggled with the language a little bit. Other options include things like landmarks, historic resources inventory property, protected resource, a designated resource. Community uses all kinds of different combinations of those types of words. We did actually poll the community on this issue at the workshop last week, and the feedback was that most of them didn't have a preference. So that really leaves it to you. The second most common response was that they liked listed resource. And then as you consider what might be the appropriate reviewing body for this ordinance, I want to reiterate what their responsibilities are under the current draft. Right now, they would be responsible for considering applications for nominations to the San Mateo Historic Resources Inventory and make determinations on that listed resources in historic districts meet the requirements for designation, and then make that recommendation to City Council for action. They would also be responsible for considering applications to remove properties from the inventory, which then repeats a very similar process for adding properties. They would also be the body that would be reviewing applications for certificates of appropriateness for projects that are for major alterations. They would be responsible to evaluate those projects against the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties and design guidelines as applicable. Right now, the only city design guidelines that are in place are those for the downtown district. And then they would also be the body that would review Mills Act contracts and make recommendation on their approval to City Council. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Zach.
All right. Thank you, Julianne. So kind of moving into this discussion of the reviewing body. At the June study session, Council had expressed an interest in exploring the Community Relations Commission. An initial recommendation had been with the Planning Commission. And so we're bringing that option back to you. We wanted to highlight the professional qualifications that would best align with a body that's going to help support and administer our historic preservation ordinance. And then look at kind of these two bodies and where the best fit would be there. Because as was expressed in the June meeting, there was not interest in creating a new and standalone historic commission, so to speak. So when we look at the Planning Commission, the credentials, the mix of commissioners we generally get in their workload, compared to the similar composition of Community Relations Commission. In general, there seems to be a better overlap between responsibilities, professionals with experience that would be aligned with supporting historic preservation ordinance work and administration. As outlined in the staff report, the Community Relations Commission could do that, but we do anticipate more training and probably expanding the mix of professionals and backgrounds that we'd want to see appointed to that commission moving forward. The other thing to highlight is, by likely accounts, we will not see a ton of projects. So that's part of the reason why it wouldn't necessarily make sense to have a standalone body. But I think it highlights all the more having commissioners that do similar work and similar backgrounds. It would be easier to get them up to speed when we do see periodic applications. Obviously, this can change over time, but looking at the pieces of the ordinance that would be coming to them versus those that would be handled at the staff level, and looking kind of at projects over the past 10 years, that's kind of a rough estimation of near term over the next few years workload that could be going to the reviewing body ultimately. So that's really one of the questions that will be before you is what is your direction on which of the city's commission should be the reviewing body for the preservation ordinance? Moving beyond the ordinance, we did want to speak to a couple specific issues that have been reoccurring themes, and just kind of put out our response and provide clarification on those comments and questions for your and the public's awareness. I think most notably, more recently, we've heard a lot of comments and concerns about the status of Glazenwood, the Glazenwood neighborhood, and is it a designated historic district? As outlined, staff has done extensive research into the topic at this point. This originally started as part of our General Plan 2040 update effort to provide clarity, and then moving forward based on community questions to try to connect the dots to understand exactly how it progressed through the various events over the past couple decades. As was noted, it was clearly identified as meeting the criteria for a district in the '89 survey. We did have a 1994 study session on updates to the ordinance that included a discussion about Glazenwood. However, subsequently, when that ordinance was adopted, it included the downtown district in specific references, but no designation or references to the Glazenwood neighborhood. The 1996 general plan did include a note that said it should continue to look at Glazenwood as an eligible district. And so I think that was a key data point to identify that there wasn't a designating action that happened in 94 or 95. Then moving forward to 2009, 2010, we do see increased references to Glazenwood in the general plan update as being a historic district. But we could not find any support information on if the local designation action or support documentation for those references. So based on the evidence, Glazenwood is clearly an eligible historic district, and it's a neighborhood that is subject to historic review under CEQA, but because we could not find that local action, and this isn't the matter of a missing document, there is no evidence that a meeting ever took place, we would need that in order for the historic preservation ordinance to apply. And so that's kind of a chronology of where we are as we see it as an identified and eligible district, but not a locally designated historic district based on the evidence and the information that we were able to find through our research. Another question is really applicability of the historic preservation ordinance. And I think this is really important, and we've noted it before, but we want to really highlight that this ordinance is only subject to locally designated resources. And so that would be the resources identified in our historic resources inventory, or HRI. At this point, it is a relatively small group. It would be composed of our downtown historic district and the contributors in those boundaries, and then 2 additional properties that have Mills Act contracts and were designated via that process. So all other properties, they may be eligible, but they would not be subject to the provisions of this ordinance until such time that they're locally designated, either as an individual resource or as part of a historic district. And also just wanted to highlight, as we go through our reviews, the relatively small number of projects that are ultimately subject to these. Just because we do have a significant housing stock that is over that 45-year threshold, that in and of itself doesn't trigger the review. And so just for some data points here, we've processed over 500 single-family applications over the past 3 years, and these would have been projects that are potentially subject to a historic review. Of those, only 28 were identified as potentially eligible resources that required a historic resource evaluation. And then of those, only 6, approximately 1%, were actually identified as eligible, which then triggered the need to do some design modifications or some additional coordination with those particular properties to ensure that there weren't any potential impacts under CEQA before the permits were issued. But in those cases, the permits were all ultimately issued. So now moving forward, as we look forward, we're also available for any other additional questions, comments. We wanted to touch on the big issues as part of our presentation. We do have 2 more focus groups that will be convening in February to incorporate stakeholders from our underrepresented communities and from our youth communities. Then following that, we will be working on revisions to our policy documents, look to publish final drafts end of February, beginning of March, and then move forward to Planning Commission and public hearings and council public hearings in March and April. And then based on our outreach and engagement strategy following an adoption, we would then be pulling together all of our informational resources and other documentation, and then hold a post-adoption workshop to kind of roll out all of the resources, the regulations, and really have a Q&A to kind of help get the community up to speed on the new regulations that are in effect. So now, moving back to our discussion this evening, as was noted, there are no final decisions being made, but we are seeking direction on a number of key areas to help us continue forward with this process. With regards to community engagement, we did have our strategy. We have been moving forward, focusing both on our workshops, our focus groups, also various touch points through our printed newsletter, through our e-news, through email outreach, through social media, as well as locations and publicity elsewhere. Are there any additional activities that the council would like to see us complete before public hearings are scheduled? with the historic context statement, is there direction on any updates or revisions that should be incorporated? And then looking at our historic preservation ordinance, I think there's, as outlined, what is the percentage that council would like to see incorporated as the affirmative consent threshold for district nominations? Is there any additional criteria that should be included? Do you have any direction on the naming conventions? Any other revisions or updates that you would like to see us incorporate? And then for the historic review body, which commission should be incorporated as our historic preservation ordinance administrator? So with that does conclude staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Dahl. At this point, I would like to open public comment for this item. So if you are in the chambers and you wish to make a comment on this item, please get a yellow speaker slip from the city clerk. And if you are on Zoom, you may use the raise your hand function at this time. City clerk, could you please tally the number of public comments we have?
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. So just a quick couple of housekeeping items. We will be announcing the name of the final speaker. So if you do decide you wish to speak, and we have not received the request to speak before we've cut off that period, we will not be accepting any additional requests to speak. So I'll give you just a few moments to do so. That includes our virtual environment. Please raise your hand now. We will be announcing the final speaker. Just a general reminder regarding our rules of decorum at city council meetings. We do discourage cheering, jeering, booing, clapping in response to public comment that we received. Our goal is to get a diverse range of perspectives, and that can put a chill on public comment. So we please ask that you refrain from doing so. Seeing no additional requests to speak, I can confirm that our final speaker in council chambers will be Jordan Grimes, and our final speaker in our virtual environment will be Mike Swire. And we have a total of 28 requests to speak. And we also have 2 organized presentations. So City Council, we will begin with our organized presentation. So we will invite up first Doug DeAnna to provide our first organized presentation, which will be 5 minutes. And then we'll move to our individual speakers, which will be per council adopted rules and procedures set at 1 minute per speaker. And we will then move to finally our virtual speakers. So we will begin with our first organized presentation.
I'm Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Doug DeAnna, representing 22 Glazenwood households. We are here for a simple procedural fix. Align the city's records with the general plan you finalized in March of 2024. Currently, staff is treating Glazenwood as historic district eligible. This contradicts the binding law adopted by this council, which explicitly identified us as a historic district. We are asking the council to align the administrative records with the plan you finalized in March of 2024. Next slide. This is not a policy debate. It's a records alignment issue. We are asking that Glazenwood be treated with how it was identified and described in that plan. Next slide. For 15 years across 2 general plans, Glazenwood has been treated as a local historic district. This is settled policy finalized by your vote. Next slide. You can see it right there in the plan text. Next slide. The 2040 plan calls our homes historic district contributors, but you can't have contributors without a district. This language continues the status you established in the 2030 plan. We are simply asking that the city's records reflect that intent. Next slide. What changed? Well, in early 2024, an administrative shift occurred in how Glazenwood was treated, diverging from the plan you finalized. A map was updated to match the shift, but without council action. That change directly conflicts with the legislative intent of the plan you adopted. Next slide. Why? Staff could not locate a standalone resolution. The absence triggered the administrative change, not because the council changed the policy, but because a file could not be found. And at the same time, the city's own records portal says that the digital inventory is currently limited and a work in progress. This is a records gap, not a change in what the council adopted. Next slide. One missing document does not outweigh 15 years of council-approved general plans that consistently identified and described Glazenwood as one of the city's historic districts. Next slide. Staff is not authorized to materially change how an area is treated under a general plan. Only the council can do that. Next slide. Changing how Glazenwood is treated creates the risk of incremental and irreversible change to this historic district over time. This is a policy choice reserved to the City Council. The bottom line is this. For 15 years, across 2 general plans, Glazenwood has been identified, mapped, and described as a historic district. The general plan sets the policy. Once adopted, it becomes the city's controlling authority. The plan this council adopted does not say eligible. It says district. Even without a standalone resolution, the general plan remains controlling. Changing that treatment is a substantive action. Only the City Council has the power to do that. And if the general plan is supposed to be the final word and a document gap can override that, then the plan isn't actually the final word. We ask the council to reaffirm the policy it established rather than allow legislative intent to be erased by the administrative oversight. Next slide. There's 2 paths forward. It's pretty straightforward. For the council to reclaim its authority and align the records with the plan. Administrative correction of the records to match the 2040 plan, or a legislative curative resolution to bridge the documentation gap. Either path ensures the council vote remains the final word. Next slide. In closing, we ask that the city align its records with the general plan, which recognizes Glazenwood as a historic district, before the preservation ordinance is updated. This ensures the new ordinance rests on the accurate council-approved foundation you've already established. I'm submitting our petition and these materials for the record. Thank you. And with the Glazenwood community, please stand. Thank you for your time. I have 37 more seconds. We will be requesting a community-wide meeting with staff and the person right over there so that you can hear our input directly, because we were not focused as a focus group during this whole process. The only historic district, residential district in this city was not included in any outreach. And that's what we want to have our own community outreach, invite you to be there, and we'll arrange it with staff. Thank you, and that's it.
Thank you. Our next thank you. Our next organized presentation will be Frank Elliott speaking on behalf of a group, A Fair Process.
Just one moment. You can get the slides up?
Yeah, just one moment.
Good evening, council members and the mayor. Last February, the council was clear. If historics were going to be formed, were going to be created, owner consent was required. That was last February. Then just a few months later, in May, the consultant questioned this request. Do you really want consent? You were clear. You meant it. Thank you, council. 90% of the community agrees with you. And yet, here we are again. We did not get strong consent language. We got a petition process. I hope you see the pattern, because unless something changes, this will keep happening. Why? Because consent is not part of the traditional preservation framework. You can see this issue clearly in the petition language. But it doesn't stop there. The same gaps around consent show up elsewhere in the ordinance. Not out of intent, but because there are very few models to draw from. In my view, introducing consent has moved this project outside what the current team is equipped to deal with. Next slide, please. There is a bigger disconnect, and it goes directly to Baywood, the bypass. I just learned a few days ago that this update does not even address Baywood. I was stunned. Baywood is the reason this project was expedited, and now we're not addressing it? The best explanation I've heard is that it's outside the local process, that it's a state issue. That is not true. This is the local issue we're going to have to deal with immediately. One, the state is waiting to see what comes with this local process. 2, when Baywood is on the OHP agenda, they're going to ask for a comment. We need to have something to say. 3, when the OHP finishes, they wash their hands of us. They're done. This will be regulated locally. It will be a local problem. If this process was not meant to address neighborhoods like Baywood, then why were residents asked to wait, engage, and participate at all? Next slide, please. So I'm asking you, Council, clarify this for everyone. Are we going to address the largest historic controversy the city has ever faced? If the staff says that was not the original direction, you can correct that. That is your call, not staff. So the question is simple. Will you direct staff to address the Baywood pipe bypass situation? Please. I hope the answer is yes, and if you want to address Baywood, then we have a problem. Next slide, please. We have the wrong team on the field. Right now, the table is out of balance. Preservation experts and staff on one side, no one is representing homeowners on the other side. It's empty. We need a legal expert who understands and values consent on the other side of the table. Next slide, please. I think there's a better path forward, and it's not the only one, but it's just my suggestion. Number 1, please first make sure that Baywood is addressed. 2, don't try to fix this ordinance line by line on the DS. That requires legal expertise that we don't have. This consent language, we don't know if that may generate a district inadvertently. Third, pause. There is no rush. We've done fine without an ordinance update. With the current team, we will struggle to address the underlying problem. 4th, engage an independent expert, someone who values consent, can advise about Sacramento, and can help Baywood and the next neighbor like it that may face the same thing we face. I believe these are modest requests. If you're told there is no budget, our group offers to direct and fund the additional work. But you cannot reasonably expect staff or the current consultant to draft a consent-based solution when that is not a framework they operate from. I'm providing a short handout summarizing what I've said, and Council, thank you in advance for making this an issue that we're talking about and moving a consent-based process forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our organized presentation portion of the public comment. We will now be moving to individual requests to speak. So to facilitate this process, if I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll make sure we can get through all of our requests to speak. Our first speaker will be Jericho Stokes, followed by Sean Farrenbrook and Richard Delaney. We'll have 1 minute per speaker. Mr. Stokes? Go right ahead. Sorry, just bear with just one moment.
Gerald Stokes, homeowner, personally witnessed the negative impacts of historic preservation ordinance. Our letter to the council fully explains those concerns. We lived in New England 9 years, owned 2 homes. Real estate agents advised against purchasing historic homes. Owners had lost control of historic designation, including in districts, and the right to modify homes using existing clear and concise building codes. Owners' permits and construction costs were beyond the means of anyone but the wealthy. A young couple who bought a historic home couldn't finish it. They exhausted their funds and they lost their home. Owners' consent must be included for people who opt out of the historic designation, including districts. Must be clearly defined in the ordinance to safeguard homeowners' rights to control their own homes.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sean Farrenbrook, followed by Richard Delaney and Courtney Krause.
City Council, I've sent 2 emails to you tonight addressing 2 paragraphs regarding 6670. The language of consent, I think, is still got some vagueness to it with regards to as a comparison of the street bump example. It's not enough to have a majority. Please make sure that you actually have a plurality, a majority of responses come back, so it is affirmative. Non-responses should be treated as a no. Regarding paragraph 90, the language that's in 90 really isn't consistent with our guests mentioned tonight. The language of paragraph 90 really seems to give more authority to a director than is suggested by what was given verbally. And I would ask that you really study the language of paragraph 90 and see if that doesn't kind of give a backdoor getting around consent that maybe is not really desired by people who might not want it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Richard Delaney, followed by Courtney Krause and Deborah Athens.
Good evening. I'll bet when we started out with this, you never thought we'd be here this long. I certainly didn't. But here tonight, I'm thinking maybe we ought to slow that down. I saw that timetable. I've listened to some of the comments. I have my own comments. And it's clear that we don't have a universal agreement. It's clear that there are still issues that need to be resolved. The thing that amazed me the most is that there's 100,000 people in San Mateo. We've reached less than 1% of that group. That's not really getting the job done, in my mind. That's not what I would expect. I don't think that's what any of us expected. I think we need to slow down a little bit. We need to recognize the fact that there are significant disagreements, differences of opinion, different approaches. And
Thank you.
We somehow have to get that to come together.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
I have a pass out.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Our next three speakers will be Courtney Krause, followed by Deborah Athens and Thomas Braun.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Krause, and I'm a resident of Glazenwood. I bought my house in 2021 with the reasonable expectation that Glazenwood was a legal historic district. As part of my due diligence before purchase, I've researched the neighborhood and found, quote, Glazenwood Historic District, end quote, referenced on the city's website, including the general plan and a 2017 brochure of historic resources posted by the Planning Division. In early 22, I received a postcard from the Department of Public Works regarding the restoration of the pillar on Laurel and 9th Avenue. The postcard noted that the pillar was, quote, the entrance to the city of San Mateo's Glazenwood Historic District, end quote. I'm requesting that the city restore Glazenwood's longstanding status as a historic district. Without this correction, the accuracy of all information provided by the city is called into doubt.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Deborah Athens, followed by Thomas Braun and Gregory Zintel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Athens, and I've been a Glazenwood res homeowner for the past 30 years. We aren't here asking for a new policy. We are simply asking the city to restore what was already there for the past 15 years. The general plan, or the city's constitution, says that we are a historic district. We are asking you to follow the law, not a documentation gap. The situation is unique to Glazenwood because it's about missing documents and a potential administrative overreach. And we are here to ensure that the neighborhood is not at risk of losing its character by ensuring that the legal record is corrected. So I stand by all my neighbors in demanding that the historic district status be restored. And we are also requesting an official Glazenwood community meeting where we set the agenda for our neighborhood. And we also respectfully ask that the staff and city council also be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Thomas Braham, followed by Gregory Zintel and Chris Eckert.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Tom Braham. I'm a Glazenwood resident. I'm simply seeking harmony between what we've understood as residents, what has been published for years, most notably in the 2040 plan, and the confusion over the city's records. So we urge you to clarify and formally recognize us as a historic district, and to do that before the historic preservation ordinance is passed, so that there's a strong foundation for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Gregory Zintel. Oh, Gregory Sintel, followed by Chris Eckert and Joe Volponi.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. My name is Greg Zinkel. I'm also a resident of Glazenwood. My husband Tom, who just spoke. We are new residents. We've only been here since last August. We are very excited to be having a home again in a historic district where we lived in a historic building in Chicago for 15 years beforehand. And we loved being part of that history. We love preserving that part of the history, as well as watching our city grow and thrive. And I'm just asking that you please confirm whatever needs to be done administratively or through the council to confirm that Glazenwood is indeed a historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Chris Eckert, followed by Joe Volponi and Brian Sampson.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine, City Council, and City staff. I am Chris Eckert. I'm a resident of the Glazenwood Historic District. And for over a decade, our neighborhood, Glazenwood, has been mapped and treated as a historic district. And I believe that the city has a duty to maintain that standard of practice for us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Joe Volponi, followed by Brian Sampson and Carol Gilman.
California is in the midst of a serious homeowner insurance availability crisis. In 2024 alone, 13% of agents had the homes fall out of contract when the buyer couldn't purchase insurance. And that was almost double the rate from the year prior. And it undoubtedly climbed in 2025 following the significant fires in Los Angeles. The problem with historic districts is the homes become more expensive to repair, more expensive to insure, and they become targets for insurance companies to non-renew as they look to shed exposure. And insurance companies simply cannot have large concentrations of exposure anywhere. And when people can't purchase insurance, property values plummet and sales stall. And those unintended consequences affect each and every homeowner in San Mateo County and our most valuable asset. So I appreciate.
Thank you.
Considering.
Our next three speakers will be Brian Sampson, followed by Carol Gilman and Mike Etheridge.
Hello, my name is Brian Sampson. I'm also a Glazenwood resident. I spent a chunk of time today reading through all the documentation, and I found all the same things that the report indicated that were wrong with the ordinances and stuff, such like that. I think the process is, I'm really glad it's happening because it gives us a lot more certainty about how historic districts are going to be managed in the future. But there is this problem of the transition because currently the way the ordinance is written, we are, even if we're eligible only, we're held to the same standards as a full historic district. And as they pointed out, when the ordinance is changed, that will also change. So if we don't reaffirm the status of our historic district now, we're going to end up in this ping pong situation where the requirements on us are going to change rapidly through iterations, especially since we're probably going to file for it again after.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Carol Gilman, followed by Mike Etheridge and Jean Alston.
Hello, Council and Mayor. I'm Carol Gilman. I'm a resident of Glazenwood. Our family has been living there since 2010. We love that little neighborhood, and I knew of that street from the time I was 20 years old. And that was long before 2010. So I just want to say the intent of the council and planning and the general plan has labeled that as a historic district. We've done 2 remodels in our home, tried to maintain the facade. We have had no issues. I haven't had any insurance issues. I love our little streets, and I think it should remain a historic district, just like the general plan said it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Mike Etheridge, followed by Jean Alston and Brendan Lowry.
Good evening. I attended the Historic Policy Update session on Zoom last week, where approximately half the attendees were from District 1 residents. And I thought it was a thorough, really good presentation and discussion of ideas that relate to the proposed historic ordinance. I also appreciated that Council Members Fernandez and Serko Gadisky took the time to attend and listen. One thing that was not discussed during the Zoom meeting, nor addressed in the Q&A, despite it being asked, was the matter of how this policy does or does not apply to the current Baywood application to the state by local group, or future applications to OHP that might be of a similar nature. I have a number of friends and neighbors who live in this purported Baywood Historic District that have vehement disagreement with this application. The majority of the residents clearly do not want this designation. I've sadly never seen the neighborhood so divided as it is now over this matter. How can the city incorporate strong anti-bypass language into this policy to prevent future divisive action such as this?
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Gene Alston, followed by Brendan Lowry and Shelley DeCork.
Hello, City Council. Gene Alston, Baywood resident. Just want to say thank you for the engagement on some of the questions I had about consent. And I think that's one of the most essential parts of this process to kind of bring folks together. And I applaud the folks in Glazenwood who got together and kind of said, our community is at least united. It would be great to see that reflect in the statute. Honestly, I was excited to get a lot more clarity tonight, and I just got a little bit of confusion when I started engaging in questions, and there was one person responded with a two-step process that wasn't described here about getting a petition, getting consent at the final decision point. I think we need to be clear about this essential part of the ordinance. We need to have basic understanding of consent done by the city, measured by the city, so that we know that we actually are unified behind decisions we're making on something that's so important, such as historic districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Brendan Lowry, followed by Shelley DeCourt and David Light.
Hi, I'm Brendan Lowry. My wife and I purchased our home in San Mateo in 2015. I was going to give an example because I grew up in a city with a historic district of how bad it can be when it's not run well. But then after reading the documents and listening to everybody today, I think you guys already have a good appreciation for the path you're going down. This is not very well constructed. The Glazenwood example, frankly, is kind of embarrassing. I'm sure the folks here weren't responsible for that. But I guess my ask for all of you is to slow down. Go back to first principles. What are you trying to accomplish? If this is done poorly, you're going to just continue to antagonize and upset the people that you're supposed to be representing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Shelley DeCourt, followed by David Light and Lori Watanuki.
I have serious concerns about Rincon's public input process. Other than 2 meetings that were offered, I was not aware of any additional opportunities. The first meeting was not about ordinance at all. It did not engage us about policy, choices, or consequences. Instead, the discussion was superficial. We were asked questions like whether we knew someone famous from San Mateo. That is not serious public engagement. When residents raised real questions, the response was, "We are not equipped to answer that. We will refer it up." Nothing ever came back. Both city council and residents were clear the ordinance was to include a supermajority consent requirement. This is missing. Petition is not consent. I'll end with 2 points. First, there was no meaningful public input, but Rincon checked their box.
Thank you.
Second, Rincon
Thank
does
you,
not
Shelley.
appear equipped or inclined to design
Thank you. Your
ordinance
time
based
is
on
up.
real affirmative homeowner.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Light, followed by Lori Watanuki and Christine Brost.
Thank you to the council and the mayor. My name's David Light. I've lived in the central neighborhood for over 40 years, and I noticed that the central neighborhood, or the East San Mateo residential neighborhood, was not included in the historic context study, and I'd like to request that it should be. It's a really interesting neighborhood. There was a survey in 1989 that showed that Hayward Park and the East San Mateo had very similar subdivision dates, and they both have really interesting pre-war, early 20th century building styles, including traditional craftsmen, Spanish colonial revival, Eastern shingle cottages. I think there's one house that was even built in 1895. So I think they would be really, this neighborhood would be really good candidate to be included in the historical context study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lori Watanuki, followed by Christine Probst and Eleanor Dogan.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Watanuki. There are 3 points I would like to make on the Historic Preservation Ordinance. Number 1, enhance the historic resources inventory and designation criteria. Incorporate the 1989 building survey and subsequent evaluations as the foundation. Local designation criteria tailored to San Mateo's unique resources. They could be pre-1950 homes, Eichlers, and specific architectural styles. And please clarify the percentage based on thresholds for historic districts. Ensure properties listed are on the state and federal historic registers. Make sure that these particular properties are addressed. Improve designation and review procedures. Require review by qualified architectural historians or professionals for buildings over 45 years old, and bring consent requirements in line with state and federal.
Our next 3 speakers will be Christine Probst, followed by Eleanor Dogan and Andrew Ryan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christina Probst. I'm a resident of the Hayward Park neighborhood. I'm also a professional historic preservation planner. I'd like to comment on the ordinance section on procedures for designating listed resources. I believe the focus on nominations to be provided only by property owners misses the point that historic preservation is about shared community heritage. I strongly encourage providing an avenue for city initiation for the city council to nominate properties. The current city council may not be in favor of taking this path, but there should be an avenue open for future historic resources survey and designation if and when the desire changes. Best practice in historic preservation planning includes updating and/or expanding on old surveys, such as the 1989 survey. The question I pose is, what places and properties represent contributions to the heritage, sense of place, and identity of the city of San Mateo that you would want to ensure are protected?
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Eleanor Dogan, followed by Andrew Ryan and Ziv Simon.
Thank you for taking the time that you devote to San Mateo. You have certainly made sacrifices for her on priorities like more housing. Historic efforts, however, are often anti-housing. And most people in San Mateo do not want their homes to be historic, including the 90% of owners in Baywood who objected to the federal nomination. Though we disagreed that the historic ordinance was an urgent fiscal priority in 2025, it has become an opportunity to enact ministerial language, strong owner consent, and a city position that protects San Mateo owners from bad actors by passing to the state. You cannot review every change to Section 2766 of the Municipal Code. You can refuse to accept bad language into law. There is no rush. There's also no need to spend more on historic consultants. You can lean on less red tape and their land use expert who is deeply experienced with the weaponization of historic districts. They are for owners, for housing, for what your voters want.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Andrew Ryan, followed by Zev Simon and Jordan Grimes.
Hi, honorable council members. The entire reason that this ordinance exists is because of the massive fight in Baywood. From the very beginning of this process, the intent of council and staff has always been to make a local ordinance that cools the temperature in Baywood and prevents future blowups in the city. And in front of you, you have a draft ordinance that does not do that. This ordinance is repeating the same pattern as the Humboldt Street bike lanes, do an incomplete job of community outreach, then implement a solution that almost nobody who lives there actually likes or wants. What happens next? Gets all of us back in here, spending more time, spending more of our taxpayer dollars, all because you and staff didn't listen to what people wanted in the first place. So we're asking for this local consent requirement. Well, we know it's going to make people just go right to the state. We need a strong anti-bypass measure that's going to prevent people from going around this city measure that uses consent, goes right to the state. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Zev Simon, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, Council. 1 minute is not a lot of time. As a builder of homes, I sold a home 4 months ago, And the disclosure of negative impacts that you have to file when you sell a home, I was really surprised that actually that happens. One question, are you aware of whether the property is historically designated? Yes or no? 2, are you aware if your property falls within an existing or proposed historic district? Which means this historical, I would say as a builder, I went through 4 or 5 times to it. As a builder, I would say I would never touch a property anymore in a historic district. I would never give a bid on remodeling. And I'm trying to sell a property on North Beach in San Francisco, and I cannot get for it what I paid for it 15 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, Council. Speaking tonight as both a District 3 resident and member of San Mateo Forward. We've watched over the last several years as this playbook has been repeatedly deployed across California, where the historic designation is weaponized as an anti-growth tool to block new infill housing and freeze neighborhoods and cities in amber. That was the impetus for the Baywood application, and I'm concerned that the historic context statement only exacerbates this issue. The statement doesn't provide context so much as it does expand eligibility. By elevating neighborhood patterns and social history without clear limits, and by lowering integrity standards, routine modified homes can now qualify as historic based on narrative alone. This creates the perfect mechanism to trigger discretionary review and stymie housing projects. California explicitly prohibits using discretionary review and historic. Oh, I'm getting very close on time. The city should pause adoption, substantially narrow the historic context statement, finalize ordinance safeguards around homeowner consent first, and revamp the outreach program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to our virtual environment, where our first speaker will be Ken Abreu. Ken, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, this is Ken Abreu, a 43-year resident of San Mateo. This is a critical issue. You're talking about how one group of neighbors in a district could decide to have the area become a historic district, encumbering people who don't want to be part of a historic district. Therefore, those people will be getting a complication and encumbrance on their property with no benefit. This is a very, very serious thing. You need to be very careful and make sure that these things cannot be done where one group in a neighborhood can impose on another group in a neighborhood with all these costs and complications with no benefit. You have these, it's got to be all of the property owners, in my view, in the district have to agree to it. Otherwise, they should be able to opt out. Otherwise, you're imposing on something and they get no benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jeremy Levine. Jeremy, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, City Council, staff, consultants. Thank you all for your work on this ordinance. Some of the language as written is really quite unclear, such as the consent metrics for creating districts. The language seems to require a petition, but it's not obvious that the petition is actually a binding constraint on whether or not such an ordinance will move forward. There are many aspects of this ordinance that could use some work, such as the criteria, which are copied and pasted from the state criteria. The State Historic Resources Commission has not denied an application for a historic resource in over a decade. Those criteria are very broad. The application of the ordinance to any property older than 50 years old means that properties that are younger than my parents could be deemed historic. That is uncomfortable for me and my family, maybe some of the people in this room. So I'm looking forward to as this ordinance develops, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kolja. Kolja, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Council. While the ordinance includes homeowner consent, that consent must be meaningful. Creating a local historic district should require at least 75% affirmative approval in a city-driven process, with non-responses counted as no. The biggest concern, however, is the overly broad historic definitions in both the ordinance and the historic context statement. As written, they allow almost any home built before 1981 to be argued as historically relevant, regardless of designation or integrity. That creates a pathway for project delays, major cost increases, and CEQA misuse, even without any designations. Given the history of tension between neighbors and preservation advocates in the city, this is exactly the wrong path. The limited resident input you receive was consistent. No more red tape, no vague processes, and no system that gives City Hall unchecked discretion over private homes. Historic preservation should protect truly significant resources, not become a tool
Thank you.
to block change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker on this item will be Mike Swire. Mike, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening to all the comments. I'll keep it brief. I'm not an expert here, but I do agree with everything I've heard from Eleanor and the less red tape folk. It just seems like yet again we are moving backwards instead of forwards in San Mateo, spending $1 zillion on consultants, and there are so many more pressing problems and better uses of taxpayer dollars that I don't totally understand why the obsession here. So I say less red tape. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you to all who gave public comment. At this time, I'd like to take a brief recess before we continue with council member questions and comments. I think 5 minutes would be requested. Thank you. Everyone, thank you for indulging us in that recess. We're about ready to begin again, so
thank you, everyone.
Please take your seats if you plan to stay and join us. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We have returned, and I will now ask my colleagues who might have questions. Councilmember Diaz-Nash, I will just, I just want to note that we may have more questions with this item than we may for other items, and as we tested out with last meeting, I would like to see if we can ask a few questions and then potentially move on to others who may have questions, and then I will promise I'll come back to anyone who may have additional questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, on just protocol and process, will you notify us when it is time for us to move on to the next question? Or move on to the next speaker?
Yes, I will try to hint in various ways, and we'll give that a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. And Councilmember Diaz-Nash, thank you.
Okay, I'll be the guinea pig. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for still being here. In the interest of keeping it brief, I will not talk about outreach and engagement or historic review body. I'll start with the context statement. And number one, say thank you for doing this. We finally have a citywide context statement, which we have not had before. And I think that's going to be a very valuable resource for everyone. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions that were brought up by members of the public. Number one, Director Dahl, the plan is to adopt the context statement and the ordinance at the same time. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Great, thank you. And then, as was mentioned tonight, East San Mateo residential neighborhood was not included, nor was the Yoshiko Yamanuchi House Historic District or Glazenwood, just in the context statement. And those are all areas that I would think we would want to include.
They are included in the context statement. There's actually multiple references to Glazenwood in the context statement.
Okay, I didn't, but what about the East Side residential neighborhood?
We can go back and confirm, but I believe there's references to that neighborhood as well.
Okay, I did not see that, but I think that's great if there is. And then we received a request to include language in the introduction of the context statement that acknowledges that applying for historic preservation can be time-consuming and be more expensive. And I think that's a reasonable request because it is a trade-off. You get benefit, but you also have to contribute something in that. So I would suggest that be added. And then moving on to the ordinance. I mean, I could go on for hours, but I'm trying to be fast here. Thank you very much for talking about what the parameters of the ordinance are and why we decided to separate local from state and federal, which we did at the last council meeting because we didn't want, the majority of the council did not want state or federal designations to fall onto local structures unless we had locally approved it. So just wanted to remind everyone. And I also think it's very important, as many of our speakers said tonight, that the ordinance be as transparent and simple as possible, but at the same time, we need more detail, as many of our residents talked about. Some examples that were mentioned were being much more specific about the role of the community development director in the process. I think it needs to be nuanced so that it does not come across as the CDD director is king. That was not, I don't believe, your intention, but it came across to many people that way, so I think it's very important to be direct about that. Also, I think it's important to write about why properties that are not historic will not be subject to additional costs they do not bear today. So a lot of these are just being clear on what will not happen. I think it's very important in the ordinance. I also think there needs to be so much effort on communication, and that is outside of the document, but you and I have spoken about, and I have with a number of residents, the need to do a whole different set of documents that translate the gobbledygook, as one of our commenters mentioned in his letter, of an ordinance speak into what real people think and how they interpret things. What kind of filters can we have? One of our commenters talked about how do we deal with all these various use cases. I personally think it should be clear in either the ordinance or the additional documents that putting in an ADA ramp absolutely should be allowed under, a historic ordinance. We spoke during the last outreach that, solar panels can be accommodated, that windows that don't have to be built as if they were in 1800. They can be modern materials, but they are in keeping with, and they're compatible with. I think the important word there is compatible, so that we achieve, when you're walking by or you're driving by, you see something and you say that all fits in, as opposed to this was not built at this was not manufactured at the same time. So I think we can be a lot more focused on being compatible rather than exact replica that really could make a difference in what I'm hearing concerns from the residents. Then I guess the other thing I would want to propose to my fellow council members in the area of consent, no question we want to be very clear about consent, because that's what the community has told us, and that's what we agreed as well. As I read it, in the proposal, there was an initial petition gathering of, and I just automatically thought 20%, but maybe there's a different number, just to prove that whoever is trying to propose a historic district is serious. That says, okay, now staff can spend time and money. They go through with consultants, they look at the application, they say, if it's ready, if it's complete, then that, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, then there has to be an outreach to the community again to say this application can be, we can now have a serious review by city council. But I would propose, rather than have another petition go out, that's similar to, and I think this comment was made by the community as well, similar to the way we do ballot initiatives in California, that at that point, the second point, that the city send out a survey like we do for speed humps, like we do for other things, and say, neighborhood, do you want this to be a local historic district? I think that then complies with the way we do things for most ballot initiatives in California, and combines both initial petition with the city managing. And I know you had raised some concerns, Director Dahl, about how do you figure out who the homeowners are, the property owners. I think we can work through that, but I think to be true to the issue of consent, we really should have a ballot, a survey managed by the city. And in terms of, just to throw out a number, I am comfortable with that survey being 50% plus one. That tends to be what happens for many, many different initiatives. I think by the city doing the survey, I would like to see the percentage be high, but not impossible to reach. And for those of you who say that the speed hump survey is already higher, I personally think the speed hump survey is too high as well. So I would propose 50 plus 1%. And I will leave it at that for the moment. I've got lots of other things to say, but pass it on.
I appreciate you for modeling the way there, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, and I would like to see who else would like to ask questions. Councilmember Newsom.
I'll go. Thank you. I guess I would like some more guidelines as to what we're being asked as far as the kind of voting process and the process in general. So my understanding is we have to come up with an idea of, and we don't want just someone to walk in off the street and say, I want to make my whole neighborhood historic. We want them to come in with a fixed amount of people already. So is the guidelines or the general principle that we come up with an amount of people that would bring a petition forward, would come to, for example, the city clerk, does it only apply to homeowners? Meaning, like when we passed another measure earlier for stormwater a year and a half ago, that only went towards the homeowner, and a homeowner only got one vote. So when you talk about a district, is it normal that we're talking one vote per property owner and not necessarily a tenant that lives there? Or, if I have a family of 5, do I get 5 votes?
The goal, and I think this is... There we go, turn it off. I think there's definitely council prerogative here as to how you want to direct staff to update the ordinance to reflect this. I think has been noted, a lot of ordinances don't include this type of affirmative consent as part of the process. So I think part of it will be looking to you for direction on the specifics. We had initially proposed petition as something that can still be reflective of property owners. And I think that's key because this is something that is designated on a property. And so the property owner would be the right person. And I think one vote for property is probably the most equitable way to go and consistent way to go. I do think there's some definite interest in looking at the time of the vote or the petition gathering, or if you have one petition at the beginning of the process, and then after there's been outreach and a community meeting, then the formal one that kind of then allows it to move forward to Planning Commission and City Council. So I think we're open to you council's direction on exactly what you want to see in that, and then we can move forward and articulate that as part of the final draft.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is process. So I really feel like at the heart of this, we wanted to make sure that we kept this process local. We kept this process within the city. So a question has come up today, and I've heard it a few times the past week. What happens if someone bypasses so we pass a city ordinance, we have a city ordinance in place, and someone circumvents that and goes to the state? Is it normal then that we have an ordinance in place that says, you can't go around. You have to go through the process and have a local approval as well? Or is it possible that I could get a federal or state approval, which kind of throws out the whole process for us?
I think I can jump in and address that question. So this draft ordinance is designed for a local designation procedure. That is a procedure where the city council would designate local resources. It does not contravene anything the state of California does, nor can it. Whatever the state, whatever OHP does, whatever the State Historic Preservation Commission does, cannot be overridden somehow by a city process. Now, if the state acts and creates a historic district, say in Baywood or anywhere else, then, and there's a development project proposed, a remodeling of a single family home in that district, then it'll be incumbent on the city to manage that approval in such a way as to not impact a historic resource in implementing what the state has done. But the city cannot create a mechanism that prevents the state from acting.
Okay. So I know time, right? Okay, so I guess I'll ask one more, and this is to address all the residents who've come out from Glazenwood. Is there a way to acknowledge Glazenwood as a historic district, which it's been kind of recognized for 37 years by the city in various documentation? Is there a way to do that without having to reopen the general plan? Could we do a proclamation? Is there some way that we could correct this oversight for the neighborhood of Glazenwood?
Well, and I'll look to our community development director to chime in as well. So what has been outlined in the presentation is that this area has been determined to be eligible under the National Register. So with that comes certain legal protections in terms of, and processes that apply whenever there is a development project proposed in that area. So for all of this discussion about Glazenwood, nothing is changing in the immediate term. Whether the general plan land use map, I believe, still shows Glazenwood as a historic district. Now, what the community development director and Juliana have mentioned is that there's a documentation issue where more documentation is needed to fully support that determination. For whatever reason, that documentation can't be located. And the council could certainly act independently of the change to the historic ordinance, whether you do it before, whether you do it afterwards. That's within the power of the council to direct staff to look at and put together the supporting documentation and see what information is out there to do an evaluation of the area. But nothing is changing in the short term for like the residents of the Glazen Wood area. It's a question of putting that documentation together, which requires time and resources. So, right now what's before the council is the historic ordinance and the context statement. And whether it's up to the council to direct staff what to do for Glazen Wood and when to do it, whether that's before or after the historic ordinance is adopted in whatever form the council wishes. But again, there's time and expense associated with that.
Do you have more to add?
I'll just reiterate the notion that nothing has changed with the way Glazen Wood is treated. Nothing has changed with how it's identified in the general plan. This is a clarification that says when the ordinance was created, it's specific about council designated local resources, and that piece, it's not a missing document. That meeting didn't occur, that designation didn't happen. So that's the piece that would need to be there. But it to be an identified and eligible district, it has been and it will continue to be. And similarly, as projects come in within the neighborhood, on properties that are identified as contributors, we would evaluate the same as we always have. And there may be requirements to look at them more specifically or make design modifications to avoid any impact to that resource, which is the Glazen Wood district.
So did we remove verbiage from this last version of the general plan without really making it known? I mean, because that's kind of what's been insinuated, and I'm just curious.
No, we did not.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Newsom. Would anyone else like to go and ask some questions?
I have 9 questions, so maybe Nicole should go first. Sure.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
So can I get a little bit more information about why we believe that the CRC would not be the appropriate adjudicating body?
Definitely. So, looking at the qualifications, the desired qualifications, the roles and responsibilities, we look at the work that the CRC does. They're focused on, though they haven't been used in this capacity for a bit of time, they were the appeals body for certain groups of citations. They have supported the city in grant administration, specifically for CDBG, also for PLHA. They're a body that more recently has been used to support housing element activities and engagement related to tenant protection, so kind of equity. The council did most recently update their charter to include activities related to DEI. And so those activities are very much kind of human in nature, community relations, and they aren't necessarily looking at projects, construction, aspects that are more tied to historic review. That's not to say that the CRC couldn't be trained and supported, and we would probably want to expand the qualifications of individuals on there. But generally, those type of qualifications aren't necessarily aligned with individuals that are seated on the CRC. So that's where, from a recommendation looking at alignment, we did see the Planning Commission as being a better fit. They often have architects as on there, individuals involved in construction, the trades, those that are versed in design, all of which are professions and backgrounds, urban planning, that are most compatible with having an understanding and being equipped to administer and understand historic regulations. So that was kind of the thought process in the recommendation. But either commission, depending on council direction, could be trained up. We're assessing that it might take a little bit more on the CRC as opposed to the Planning Commission.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback, and I would argue that where property rights are sort of in peril, I would consider that an equity issue, but I see what you're saying. In the past, for other issues like the 5G cell towers, we have contracted with a third party in order to make those decisions and have to adjudicate? Is that something that we could explore for this purpose instead of a commission?
For the body itself, and I would look to our city attorney, but I don't believe as the reviewing body that's something that we could contract out to a third party.
Right. So I think the answer is no. And the reason is because this is really like a legislative action to designate a particular area or a site or a building, you know, as a historic resource. So that really comes under the purview of the city council or legislative body under the city council, as opposed to delegating that kind of authority to, say, like a hearing officer or something like that. So I've never, I'm not familiar with any jurisdiction that's taken that action. I think for that reason, because you're affecting how that property is going to be developed, you know, in the future. So that's not something, again, I would recommend exploring. And I think it's properly lies with the city council to make that final determination.
We're not Rincon, right? And I'm uncomfortable with having I'm uncomfortable having the review body being the planning commission, quite frankly, or any of the commissions. So can we explore any other alternatives beyond a legislative body then?
Well, I mean, think of it this way. I mean, that there's lots of projects, lots of items, matters that come before the city council that require a great deal of expertise to evaluate. So this is one of them. There are other matters that require, where you think about, say, stormwater infrastructure. You heard a study session earlier today. That requires a lot of engineering expertise to evaluate. So ultimately, you know, it's a council decision that's informed by that expertise, whether it's city staff or consultants that are hired. So I think maybe I'll just leave it there and see if we have additional questions, or our city manager wants to chime in.
I really believe that might be rare, the number of times the committee meets or commission meets, but if the council wants to, they can establish their own standalone historical review committee. And so that's just another option out there as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, how am I doing on time? I know Councilmember Swierkiewicz hasn't spoken yet either.
You're doing okay.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to come back in another round because I know we all have other comments. So I'm going to defer my time to Councilmember Swierkiewicz.
Okay. Very well.
I will try to be quick. I do want to just talk about Glazenwood for a second because I feel that this is a separate topic now. Just to kind of solidify what we're doing here tonight. So today we're gathering feedback, and then the plan is to come back in July for ordinance adoption once you have community input and input from the council, correct?
March or April.
March or April. Okay.
March or April is the target on schedule to bring it back.
Okay. So with your experience, do you feel that that's sufficient time for us to go out to Glazenwood and get community input from that group of people? And would that be something that we would have to get provide additional funds to you for?
I think that would depend on the nature of the engagement that you're seeking. It is worth noting 2 of the 3 focus groups did include Glazenwood residents, and obviously we're hearing a lot of feedback from them now. I think it depends on if you're looking for staff to, say, attend a community meeting that they convene, depending on its timing. I think that could fold into our timeline and keep everything moving. If we're looking for something more robust and more logistical on the city's end, that could delay our timeline to fold that in. But I guess we would look to see what the council is interested in doing on that front.
Okay. And then how many homes are there in Glazenwood today?
I need to go and look at the exact map. I've heard there's the original track, but I know some boundaries include more properties than just that core track. So I would need to go look exactly. It's in the vicinity of 40.
Vicinity of 40. Okay. Could you follow up just when you have time with the council on what that exact diagram looks like? Just because
Yes.
Doug's presentation today, he referenced a petition of 22 homeowners. So I'd love to know if we have some kind of majority there already or not. Okay, so a little bit more technical. So when the draft guidance uses the term significant, is that intended in the CEQA sense, the historic preservation sense, or both? And what does significant actually mean in a CEQA sense versus historic sense?
Oh, yes. I think first the short answer is the terms don't have any relation between CEQA and historic preservation, but then I'll turn it over to Julianne.
Yeah, so significance in CEQA is the threshold for assessing whether there's an impact to the environment. So that's a process that happens then there's a project review under CEQA. Significance when evaluating historical resources is assessing whether the thing being reviewed meets the criteria to say, like, yes, this is a significant property. A shorthand we use is significance plus integrity means eligibility. So when we're reviewing a property, we're looking at, does it meet one of the criteria? Does it have enough integrity to reflect that significance? If yes, then it's eligible. Does that answer that?
Yeah. Then just a quick Google search. So in the existing ordinance, it says that homes will be referred to the the Secretary of Interior standards. But actually, if you Google what cities, are there any cities in California that are using other standards outside of the Secretary of Interior? Los Angeles and actually the San Mateo Downtown Historic District have language which says San Mateo's guidelines for facade modifications require that projects in historic districts be reviewed for, quote, compatibility and may require a certificate of appropriateness based on specific design guidelines rather than direct application of the full Secretary of Interior standards. So I'm wondering why we aren't using the words compatibility and we're moving to the Secretary of Interior standards. I apologize. I have a comment to add to that as well. Just because when I Google Secretary of Interior standards, it says restoration is defined as the act or process of accurately depicting the form, features, and character of a property as it appeared at a particular period of time by means of the removal of features from other periods in its history and reconstruction of missing features from the restoration period. And then it defines rehabilitation is defined as the act or process of making possible a compatible use for a property through repair, alteration, and additions while preserving those portions or features. So I just feel like the language needs to be, the semantics within the ordinance need to be refined.
Yeah, I 100% understand your question. The Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties include 4 treatments: preservation, restoration, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. And so those are philosophical guidelines that guide those types of projects. 99.99% of projects you see will be using the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And so if it is the desire of the council that we say that they're the standards for rehabilitation, that's certainly something that we can do. The other ones are infrequently used. They're used best case scenario for things like a house museum, where there would be that expectation that you have a certain level of recreation. Whereas what you want in rehabilitation is you want people to use buildings the way that they work for them in the pursuit of having them continue to exist. So that is going to be the guiding policy most of the time. In terms of the downtown historic district design guidelines, those are based in the philosophy of the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. They have a little bit more detail than are available in the rehabilitation standards. Those are just 10 guiding principles. And so they get to a level of detail that goes beyond what's in the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation.
Yeah, well, thank you for that explanation. I think the thing is, during community meetings, several residents raised concern about subjectivity and they really want examples. And I appreciate there were a few in here, but like a list of what constitutes major versus minor alteration for, I think we talked a little about solar, but, windows, rooftop, like what is the consistency framework for how things will be enforced? And then when you read Secretary of Interior standard, that seems like if I change like my doorknob from gold to blue or something, then I'm going to get dinged.
Yeah, I think that's valid, and we can work on maybe improving the language for the definition for major and minor alteration. That's certainly something we can consider for future drafts. But you also, one of the beautiful things about the rehabilitation standards is the flexibility, and you do want to have some flexibility because the conditions and the projects from property to property are going to be different. So if we put too much information or too much rigidity in the ordinance, then sometimes it would result in guidance that wouldn't be appropriate for every project. So there is striking a balance. And that's why we have the major projects going to the review body, so that it's going to a group of people to have the opportunity to discuss how they think the project is successful or not in meeting those standards.
Okay.
And I might just add to that. What goes in the ordinance and then what goes in the support documentation, we can elaborate on it. So it's like you start with the definitions in the ordinance. Those can't be every possible scenario, but those set the baseline that then we build out informational resources that can be more specific, that can provide examples that wouldn't make sense in the ordinance, but still provides that extra degree of clarity of how it's applied and where that line would be.
Okay. I want to just touch on what Councilmember Newsom touched on about engagement. When we did the general plan, there was this really neat opportunity for residents to actually go into the document and leave comments. And I wonder, since this is such a hot topic, if that's something we could do with the ordinance and the context statement, is actually allow people to go in we can set a time period, 2 weeks, and actually leave their comments of where they'd like to see modifications to some of the language.
We can definitely see that's a fairly straightforward tool. I mean, I think part of the reason for the general plan was that it's a significantly larger document than the historic preservation ordinance. And I think we've been getting a lot of comments that are very specific about different aspects of it. But we can definitely look for an interface like that when we publish the final drafts to receive input in that forum.
Okay. And then we didn't talk about the Mills Act really, but I'm just wondering, given the city's budget deficit, how realistic is it for us to promise that as a financial step?
The Mills Act is available through state legislation, but ultimately it's local jurisdictions' prerogatives for how to administer, how many agreements to grant in a given year, and I think what as part of when we bring back the final ordinance and conduct statement, we can bring back a framework for council consideration for how you may want to administer the Mills Act. Do you want to set a cap on how many applications we can get per given year? An overall cap. I mean, there's different ways that we could administer it, recognizing there is a financial piece to this that the city would be taking on.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of time. I definitely have more thoughts, but I think at a high level, I agree with Deputy Mayor Fernandez around some kind of like process or hearing type situation. I'm okay with exploring an existing commission or a historic body of some sort. I remain concerned, and I know I've talked to staff about this, but about some of the outreach, and I just wonder what else we could do between now and March to try to get out there into the community, understanding that there's a cost to that. But I really value a lot of public input, and I do think that there are other communities in San Mateo that they're not necessarily aware this is happening, and they might have input as well to the process. Not to knock city staff. I know you've done a lot of stuff on social media and mailers and things like that, but people have really busy lives. I don't know if they're always paying attention. And then, so for me on on consent. I really want affirmative consent. I do struggle a little bit between the balance of inclusion and fairness. So I think for sure I'm interested in a two-step process. For me, that would require some buy-in from the community. So going out and getting maybe 20% of property owners to demonstrate a baseline of community support before the city commits staff resources. So that would be some kind of petition. And then we would have a more formal vote where we'd send some kind of paperwork or ballot out around getting an affirmative majority. I think what I'm struggling with is part of my blue sky coming up is actually looking at the residential parking permit program, which residents, can't seem to get because the threshold is too high. And as Councilmember Nash noted, the threshold for speed bumps is too high. I understand that property, right? These is people's life investment, but I'm also weighing, what is actually fair and reasonable, and we shouldn't have an ordinance that's designed to fail. So I'm somewhere between 50% plus one or 66%. I'd really love to kind of hear where other people are at on that specific issue. I think that's everything.
Thank you. Okay. I have some questions, and I appreciate the questions that have been asked already. Okay, I think my first question, Director Daw, is about the can a local designation be reversed in other cities and jurisdictions that have a local process? Have we seen a lot of reversals? About how often might we see that? I saw in the presentation today there was some language, I think in the reviewing body particularly mentioning handling applications to remove. So can we talk a little bit about after a application is designated and approved, what are we looking at right now in terms of the possibility of reversal or removal?
Yes, we do have a process for removal. As far as your questions of how common it is in other communities, it's often a feature in ordinances. I will say I don't think they're often used. They're used most often in cases that I'm familiar with when there's been like damage to a property, that something's happened to the point where it can't be eligible anymore, and it's a kind of administratively it needs to be removed from the inventory. But there is, because we have such strong owner consent language in this, we did think it was appropriate to have because owners change. And so there should be a process for them to also remove themselves if they don't want it to be on it anymore.
Indeed. Thank you for that. I also was just curious about clarification on how we might determine this affirmative consent threshold. How are we currently understanding a no response in a petition to factor into that affirmative consent percentage?
Our understanding of affirmative consent is you need to reach that threshold with votes. So a lack of a vote would be a no vote. So you would need, whatever the threshold is, that number of affirmative responses saying, I support this nomination to proceed. It's also, I think, important just to note, I know you're aware of this, but this isn't the make or break. I mean, obviously it can't proceed without it, but that still doesn't mean it's a done deal. There's still an opportunity for the Planning Commission or the CRC to review it, make a recommendation, and then for council to ultimately decide. And so there's still an opportunity. Maybe it's close, maybe you're hearing information. There could be any number of reasons where you ultimately decide to or to not take action. So the vote would be the allowance to move forward, but it doesn't mean it's a done deal.
Can we talk a little more about what you mean by that? Because I mean, are you saying like how would it come to the reviewing body in the case of not reaching the affirmative consent threshold? Then in that example,
it wouldn't reach it. The affirmative consent is needed to move forward, but that doesn't mean it's automatically designated.
Sure. Okay.
You need that affirmative consent to basically get through the gate and then be considered. Okay. But you get through the gate doesn't mean you're automatically designated. So the vote doesn't say you either yay or nay. It means you can proceed, and then council can ultimately decide on which direction to take or which action to take.
Okay, thank you. And I think I've heard from some of my council colleagues when talking a bit about how they see, I feel, the application process going, that there being some kind of initial baseline gathering. So it sounds to me almost like a draft petition that's non-binding, but assessing overall interests to move forward with presumably some lower threshold of consent needed there. And at which point the city would, get involved and then reach out in a more thorough way, perhaps, to really ask each of the property owners related in a district for a petition of affirmative consent, and at which we would be assessing at least a simple majority and potentially higher. Sure.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to be clear on the 20% piece.
Okay.
For those that are wondering that number, that would not be approval. It's permission to study, basically.
Right.
And then the actual decision would still rest with the affirmative voting.
Yeah. Does this sound like something you were already considering, or would be okay making part of the approval process in this ordinance update?
Yes, I think since we published the preliminary draft, and I think just because we've heard a lot of feedback, this discussion is part of the outreach process. This feedback is all helping to craft, hone in, clarify the ordinance, and make it the best ordinance it can be for the community. And so I think this discussion is really critical in evolving forward. We had a preliminary draft come out with the goal that it was going to get feedback, that it was going to be built upon, things were going to be changed, and that's the goal. We needed something to react to. So yeah, I think since that initial publication, I think there's been good feedback, and I think it is a good concept to think about the notion of kind of a lower bar to get in, start studying, have those conversations, do outreach, a neighborhood meeting, and then have that affirmative consent action, if it's in the form of a vote, a mail-in, like you're describing with speed humps, or with a petition. I think we could definitely fold that into the process, and I think there's definitely logic to taking that approach.
If I can jump in here, so if I may, to there. So I want to better understand this kind of two-step process that the council is now thinking about, because as crafted, based on community input and council direction, it was a one-step petition process just to get the application accepted for processing. A undetermined, to be determined percentage of property owners would need to affirmatively consent. So now we're talking about something a little different, or a two-step process where a certain percentage to kind of to result in permission to study the issue, followed by a community meeting, and then followed by some sort of additional determination of, is there truly, whatever the percentage is, a majority, say, of property owner support to continue to move forward. So if you want to go down that road, I want to understand, like, the city doesn't conduct its own elections. So the city contracts with the county. So I want to understand, is the council thinking of like a mailed ballot election, like with the stormwater survey, that was done under state law. That was done under the Prop 218 process. So the city doesn't conduct its own mailed ballot elections for a particular neighborhood. So unless perhaps the council's thinking about something a little different, like some sort of survey. So because those are two really different things, important legal differences, and I want to kind of understand where the council is going in that regard.
Through the mayor, since I started the ball on this, terminology, I probably included ballot and all that. Survey is probably the more appropriate thing. So the important thing to me was that you had a certain percentage of the neighbors in a neighborhood who said, yes, we're behind this. And that would say to staff, we can spend time and money looking at it and looking at the application. But that once there had been a community meeting and all the other steps that you had outlined, then staff would send a survey to all the neighbors in that prospective district and say, do you want this or not? And the survey would come back to the city, and in my case, 50% plus one, in Councilmember Schwicker-Goditsky, somewhere between 50 and 66, would have to say yes. Now, it's a survey, it's not an election. It's a survey that, like the city does for speed humps or does for residential parking programs. That's my opinion.
I would just add, so the city of Houston, Texas, they have a similar process. So we could, maybe reach out to them or do some research.
Well, we're bound by California law. So, we would have to look at jurisdictions within California, but I want to turn it back over to the mayor to guide the discussion.
Yeah, I think that was helpful. I think, at least in clarifying my opinion on this, which is that I think rather than having a two-step process, it would seem to me that I would be concerned with the city getting involved until we met a higher threshold of affirmative consent. And so I'll just take to me, I guess I'll take this opportunity to throw in, like, on a high level at the moment, I feel that this presents an opportunity to have the city recognize some truly historically significant pieces of our city, and protect and preserve them for generations to come. But I am concerned about having a context statement that is perhaps broadening the sense of what it means to be historically significant in our city, to the point where, potentially each of our single family neighborhoods could be considered historic. I am concerned about, I think I'm concerned about a petition process that might not be backed up with enough information to fully inform those who might be signing it of exactly what's going on, what it's all about, and what a signature means and entails. I'll try to jump to the council direction bullets to clarify further comments and be brief about it. Should any additional activities be completed before public hearings are scheduled? I have been hearing from my colleagues some interest in this, but maybe I can try to ask a quick question about a sense of how how much it would cost to extend a timeline to include more additional activities, say by 3 to 6 months. Is that a fair question?
I think we would need to understand what you would be looking to accomplish in the 3 to 6 months. I think probably there's a couple buckets of costs that go with it. It would be the specific activities. Are we talking community meetings, in-person, virtual, mailed outreach? So kind of all the different pieces that go there. And then we would have to look at the cost. There's also kind of the administrative costs of the project team holding additional logistical meetings. So like right now there's a project management cost that envisions the project action wrapping up through April. So now we're extending it 3 months, so that logistics would need to continue. So I think we would just need to understand the specifics, but yeah, we would need to look at the contingency cover that, or if we're talking 3 to 6 months, that could go beyond what we have in the contingency.
With all due respect, I think I'll just I'll try to wrap up and then I can pass it for people to give their thoughts perhaps on how much they might like to add or something like this. At the moment, frankly, I think I'm hesitant to support additional activities. Historic context of any updates or revisions to the draft document. I mean, I think No, I heard Councilmember Diaz-Nash bring up questions that came a bit through the public and some acknowledgement that there'd be at least like a check to make sure that certain neighborhoods such as Central East and Glazenwood are appropriately included in that. So I think I'm satisfied with that. I do think my threshold for proposed historic district of affirmative consent should be a supermajority, and I would be leaning toward a 75% number, because I think firstly I think it would be important to start high at the very least, and make sure that we are not getting ourselves in a situation in which a lot of property owners feel like they're being included in something they don't want to be a part of. And I do think that this percentage, that affirmative consent in my mind would mean more than just a petition on a couple pages, but rather something like a packet that goes to each property owner that really explains what we're talking about, because as I feel like is being demonstrated here, it's kind of complicated. Local designation criteria, frankly, I think at the moment I'm sort of under the impression that because we're separating local designation from state and national designation processes, there's an opportunity to seek higher criteria, stricter criteria, narrower criteria than the state. But I guess I'm a little worried that veering into that territory would require a very specific custom job to be performed in determining that criteria. So I guess I apologize for not having a razor sharp thought on that, except to say that I think that maybe we could start with a state process, but we should continue to consider what locally is really historically significant. I don't have a huge opinion on the drafted naming conventions. I sort of feel like I like the term landmark. I sort of feel like of all the ones that people were mentioning, that one at least kind of stands out to me. And as long as there's no legal issue or like other hidden meaning of landmark that would be a problem, I would be okay with that. And I do want to push, chip in support for the Planning Commission as the reviewing body for this ordinance. Given what staff has mentioned related to the skill sets, I do think it's a better fit. If I recall correctly, I think one of our current planning commissioners has a master's in the study of historic resources and preservation. So that kind of leans itself to me to want to share that, and I'll yield and allow others to add.
Yeah. Just want to go back on that issue of engagement. So just to confirm, we had focus groups. How many people were in those focus groups?
It was, I think around 15, I believe.
Yeah, I think the first one we had 4, the second one we had 5, and the third one we had 8. I believe that's right.
And what were those focus groups consisted of, and how did you choose those people?
Yeah, so our first focus group we had were the group that were hesitant about preservation. And then our second group was the group that was more supportive of preservation measures. And our third group was the business community and real estate development kind of group of people. We identified those people through a couple of different measures. One was people that had expressed interest at the outset of the project and who had been involved before we started. And then we also worked with city staff and the city communications team to identify some other members.
Do you have the raw data that you could share?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. What was the age demographic of those individuals, and were they property owners or
I don't know that information off the top of my head, but we didn't do, I don't think, any intake questions that would maybe give us all of that demographic information, but I can certainly get you more information that was presented tonight.
And then when you surveyed downtown on B Street, did you use any mechanisms to validate that those people live in San Mateo or are homeowners?
No, it was more of an informal outreach touch point. So we were asking people similar questions to what we asked in workshop 1. We understand that this is like a very technical topic as we're getting into these questions tonight. And so it's hard to go up to people and be like, well, what do you think about historic preservation ordinances? They wouldn't know what to say. So we framed questions around, what kinds of things do you value about San Mateo? What kinds of places do you value about San Mateo? What are stories that that you think are important about San Mateo? Mm-hmm. And through that information, that kind of helped us develop things that are in both the context and the ordinance. And so it was more like discussion type interaction. And so we weren't keeping a counter of people who were residents or not in that, but a lot of people were residents. There were a couple of people who were not residents, but who either work in San Mateo or they come to San Mateo often. And so if they said like, oh no, I'm not a resident, we would still engage them and ask them if they had any opinions. So
thank you very much. That was a great explanation. I would like to see the data. I imagine other council members would as well. Mayor Lorraine, the reason I am advocating for more outreach is when I envision a historic program and really doing it right, that means going into our communities, especially communities like Glazenwood that are activated, engaged, or San Mateo Park, sitting down with those community members and getting input. And to me, with respect, having focus groups, that's great. It is a wide demographic, but it's not necessarily representative of people that own property, live in the city, would be ultimately deciding if they have affirmative consent or not. And I think, B Street, I think that's great, from a historic perspective to know if people like San Mateo and value history. I think we all agree we value the history and legacy of San Mateo, but I want to hear from people that are voters and taxpayers in the city today. So that's what I mean by that. I do have some follow-up on Glazenwood still, but happy to hold until we kind of figure this out.
Well, at this point, I would like to see if folks are ready to jump in on these bullets. I think if there's another question or two, maybe we can get those out now. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yeah, just to comment a little bit on the two things I didn't last time. number one, outreach and engagement. I agree we want to be as out there as we possibly can be, but there's going to come a point where people just don't want to talk about this, or they're busy. So I guess I would ask Julianne, have you ever seen or done anything in terms of outreach in other communities that we haven't tried to try and get folks who aren't already engaged?
No, I will say that the outreach and engagement plan and strategy that we published in 2025 and then updated in 2026 outlines goals, all of which we have exceeded at most metrics except for the, I think, time capsule. And that's based on our experience in working in other communities. I know we had one commenter tonight saying, there's 100,000 people and you haven't reached very many. But in terms of public outreach, those are the numbers we've reached are pretty good. I will say there is a point of diminishing return on outreach when you start to hear the same points over and over again. And I think, through workshops 1, 2, 3, and all those pop-up events and focus groups, we're starting to get to that point that we're hearing the same support and concerns from meeting to meeting. So I think there's little evidence at this point that there's another feeling out there that we haven't heard yet.
Zach.
Sorry, if I can just kind of jump in. And I think for this discussion, a lot of what we've heard early on when we tried to outreach was, we need something to react to. We don't know, like I think what was mentioned, what is historic preservation? What does it mean? Most folks are not well versed in that. And I mean, as we're hearing, there's still a lot of learning curve to understand what it means, how it's applied. And so in many respects, for an effort like this, sometimes having this outreach through the public hearings as we progress, as the ordinance and the context statement progress, sometimes is the best sounding board. So then we can get the feedback here. We can get all the feedback we've gotten since we published the drafts. Then we publish the next round of drafts. Then we have that first public hearing before the Planning Commission. Then we bring it before council. Those are all opportunities for folks to continue to engage, provide us with feedback, see what this ordinance is evolving into and how well it is or not addressing their concerns and their comments. So that could be one approach to how we continue the engagement. And then as we get time to adoption and we've iterated on the document a few rounds, is it there yet? Or at that point, do we still need to do more? Do we need to say, okay, let's go back. We need to work a few more rounds. So that could be one way to think about outreach and engagement with this effort to keep it moving forward, but continue to solicit that input as the document and the policy evolves.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. The one addition I would make is, given the number of people from Glazenwood that came here tonight, this is a unique group of people who thought they were living in a historic district and dealt with it. And I think we definitely, if they organize the meeting and they invite you and us, that sort of minimizes costs, I would imagine, and really dig into, and yes, thank you for including people in the focus groups who are from Glazenwood, but let's actually ask the people of Glazenwood what it's like. I think that would be additive that we don't have right now.
Since we're on the topic of Glazenwood, I would like to understand the feasibility of bringing a resolution to council to just add it back. Like, can we do that before March? Is that realistic timeline?
We would have to look, because I think an important acknowledgement here is the body of data that supports it was part of the 1989 survey, and it's now 35 years old. And so to bring that together, we'd have to pull that information together. There would be staff time involved if we're aggregating it, or if it's neighborhood initiated. So I think we would need to assess that, and then would need to report back on a feasible timeline if that's council's direction.
With questions.
No, I appreciate it. I think we're doing okay. Oh yes, Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Then the other one was the review board that I didn't speak the first round. I actually like the direction that Deputy Mayor was going in. This is, as the mayor said, this is complicated stuff. And it's not going to be lots and lots of meetings, but what's to say, and we did say we would prefer to have an existing commission last time, but what's to say we couldn't change our mind and say we want a small historic committee, whatever you want to call it, of people who are professionals in this. And maybe I don't know what those right professionals would be. I would look to guidance, but that they would deal both with review of anything that was going forward, as well as a number of our residents talked about wanting to make sure there was an appeal process, and they could handle appeals as well. So I think that might be one way of dealing with both, with the knowledge that you need in order to be able to do this appropriately. And then I'm fine with listed resources, but if you really want landmark, that's fine too. So and in terms of additional activities, I think it would be that Glaze and Wood outreach.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, to Councilmember Diaz-Nash's point, I do think an appeals process is really important, and I'm just wondering if there is anything that we can do on that front around, if someone does have an appeal, and establishing sort of an administrative review of contributor status with regard to other districts that are not national registered districts or other districts that are not created locally. Can we have something, could they submit evidence to you as our community development director to indicate that a property has undergone alterations that may impact its integrity or contributor status? Can we think about integrating something like that?
That is basically what we would do right now for an eligible resource. So if there's potential, that's where we would get a historic building evaluation and look closely and then decide, is it actually? And I think in many cases it nets out that it doesn't rise to that level, or we can work with them to figure it out. So for anything not listed, the ordinance wouldn't apply. And then really it's the thresholds in CEQA that we would have to satisfy for ensuring there's not a significant impact to a historic resource, which in the case of a contributor would be that eligible or state listed resource.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Mayor, at this point, are we still taking comments, or are we just going to go down the list of the questions? What do you prefer at this time?
I mean, I think if you have a burning one, you should let's please have it. But if it would be great if we could get to the bullets.
Yeah, I will pass. I don't know if Councilmember Newsom has any more comments, so I will defer to him. You're ready to go. Okay, well let's start with Councilmember Mr. Mayor. I defer to you. Sorry, I'm not the mayor yet.
Of course, and I'm learning in this deliberation experimentation as well. To me, I think I tried to give all my answers, and then it occurred to me that in some cases we may prefer to ask each council member for what they want on one bullet at a time, so that we gather it together and don't find ourselves asking again, which it sounds like we kind of are. So lesson learned. And so with outreach and engagement, I'll try to see if I captured it, if we got it already, so that we don't have to ask everybody again. But what I feel like I heard was initially some interest in increasing the outreach to the schedule. I think I heard it get refined a little bit, at least in Councilmember Diaz-Nash's questions, to incorporating the possibility of what seems to have been proposed in public comment tonight in the form of a neighborhood-owned meeting with the Glaze and Wood community to get some extra input within our schedule or close to it. Are there any? I think we have 3 nodding heads on that. Councilmember Newsom.
Only other thing I would add would be, I would, if possible and not difficult or expensive, opening up the draft to having comments so people could go. We mentioned, I think, was that Danielle? Councilmember Sorgo Kadiki came up with that idea. I think that's a great idea, and if it doesn't cost much, why don't we open that up until we're bringing this back again, just to see, and close it a week or two before we're bringing it back to council.
Very good. Excellent. So it sounds like council has 2 suggestions that don't seem like large extensions, but rather trying to fit a couple more things in. on the context statement, did we have any specific updates or revisions?
The additions that you were going to go back and look at the neighborhoods and make sure they were all included.
Yep, I think we heard earlier Central East, Glazenwood. Any others? Sorry? North Central?
North Central has some of the oldest homes in the city.
I believe
But
North
it's-
Central's included.
It's in the context statement, yeah.
Okay.
Just checking.
Yep.
Okay, sounds like we, as staff has captured comments there on.
I'm
yes.
sorry, was the Yoshiko, yeah, that's included. Okay, thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, moving on to the third bullet. So the percentage threshold to support a historic district nomination, I do think this is worth revisiting because it sounded like there were a couple different ideas on how to implement this. So I think I'll just go around for numbers.
Are you deferring to me on
Yes,
the end?
please.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, might as
well. Thank you. Through the mayor. I would say I like the idea of a petition with at least 20% signatures and only one signature per property. So we would be able to do that, and we do that now with the clerk for other processes. And then, because I wouldn't want just one person or a group of 2 or 3 people in a neighborhood to come forward and say, we want to do this, and have the city go through all that process before validating that there really is, a significant threshold of 20% to move forward. So I like that idea of a petition. And then I like the idea of, I've been kind of conflicted on 50% plus 1 or a 2/3 majority. There are things like speed bumps, and we can't ever seem to get 2/3 of people to support that. So I asked Alex about this in my 101 today, and I was thinking maybe it would be 60% plus 1 or some sort of a compromise that's still a super majority, but maybe not quite as difficult to get to that 66.7. But I'm open to having a discussion, but that's where I'm laying right now. Should I go on to the next question, or is it?
If you'll allow, I think maybe we'll just
keep going down.
Yeah, we'll see what everyone else thinks on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. How about Council Member Spierko-Kuditsky?
I think I'd like to hear from other council members first.
Sure. I guess I'll jump in and say that I think I mentioned already. I think I'm a little cool on the idea of a draft petition and then moving forward with. I think there seems to be an implication that first we get some property owners interested and then the city gets involved and expends resources, et cetera, to pull through for the affirmative consent. And I would be taking a step back on that personally. My opinion would be that those who are interested in applying for this would ideally do the legwork to get that affirmative consent percentage first. That it would be on the applicant rather than on the city to determine that, and I would therefore be interested in a threshold of 75% for that. That's me. Anyone else?
Can I just clarify? I think I have a different idea than maybe what you're talking about. By saying do the petition, and then at that point the city can start to expend resources. What they would be doing is just validating the application, saying that because there's an application form and here's all the things you have to prove on the application, whatever it is, and the city would go through somebody in CDD and say, okay, this pans out, this pans out. Oh, they didn't get enough here. This pans out, not enough here, or this is incorrect. That's what I meant by the city being involved, not that the city should try and market the idea to the residents. That's absolutely not what the city should do. But once they say, okay, this is a full application, then do the survey and just send it out. Now, if whoever it is who wants to do the local historic district hadn't already gone out and done the legwork, then they wouldn't get past 20%. And it would be So they'd still have to do all the work to get people to fill out the survey. But that's what I meant. If you don't agree with that, that's fine, but I just want to make sure I was clear.
I see. I think that helps. Councilmember Newsom?
Just to clarify, that is also what I was getting at. I wasn't getting at that the city was going to go out and try to get 20%. My intent was that the applicant has to have 20% of the homeowners, one vote per homeowner. So if the neighborhood they're proposing or the district they're proposing is 100 homes, they have to have 20 homes to be able to even move forward with the application process. And it would give the city the ability to check boxes and say, okay, there seems to be significant enough interest here to now see if they want to do a survey. But that's my thought on that. Not that I think, just to go back to what I was saying, I wouldn't want it to be a group of one or two neighbors come forward and say, we should make our whole neighborhood historic. I think we want to make sure that applicant's coming forward and has enough community interest to even move the ball forward.
But is the city conducting then the survey to determine the affirmative consent threshold in these models?
Yes, but it would be after the community meeting and the other things that were proposed in the process. So the cities, just like they do today, they send out the survey, do you want a permit program or do you want a speed hump? That's their role, so that hopefully residents have some more trust in the system, as opposed to the applicant saying, look, I got all these signatures, let's go. I mean, it's sort of a check on the process too.
Okay, thoughts from other council members on this?
I really liked what Rob said, and I agree with his proposed process plus 60% plus one majority.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I am agreeable to Councilmember Newsom's process, and that seems fine by me. Ideally, for my threshold, I would like 90%, but I am willing to compromise on Mayor Lorraine's and 75%. But we could have a larger discussion. But for me, it needs to be a high threshold. The higher, the better.
Okay, so did I hear you say something of this baseline smaller percentage, but then 75%?
Yes.
Okay.
Could do 90.
Okay. I think we've gathered enough on that, or have we? Actually, no, we haven't.
So no, I think what I'm trying to get clear direction from is I've heard two-step process. I've heard it with 20% the first step from Councilmember Newsom, and then 60% plus one for the second step for affirmative. I've heard Councilmember Swerko-Goditsky agree with that approach.
And as a compromise, I can do that too.
Okay, we have 3, Mr. Mayor, on that approach. That is a majority. We have direction.
Indeed. Thank you. And now to, let's see, additional criteria that should be included. Opinion on the drafted naming conventions. Maybe we can take the rest of these bullets together. I think I heard one vote for landmarks, but it's not a big deal. Any other included in local? Yeah, were there any other thoughts? I actually don't think I've captured too much of those.
It's separate. I forgot in my original comments, I suggested in the context statement we had a sentence that acknowledges the fact that there's additional time, and there could be additional time and cost.
We got some nodding heads on that one, Director Dahl. Okay. Anything else on those?
I'm indifferent on landmark or not, whatever you guys want.
I like landmark.
So we got 3 for landmark.
I also like landmark.
4.
So there we go. Landmark.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, the one question that I haven't heard from the council is any additional criteria that should be included in the local designation criteria?
Yeah, and I guess that's referring to outside of the California standards, right? the four that were brought up in the presentation earlier.
That's correct.
Like prehistory significance and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on that?
Or just keep it as is?
I would say let's keep it as is until we find something that makes sense. We shouldn't be just looking for things.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear two. I see three nodding heads. 4. Okay.
Okay.
Got direction.
Thank you for that. And I think we're at the final bullet on the reviewing body. I think I've heard interest from at least 2 council members in some kind of outside body. Councilmember Spirko-Gaditsky.
I promise I'll be quick, but I did have a brief conversation with Zach about this. So the Planning Commission, right now they have a high kind of workload. I think there's 22 plus housing applications for the city.
I believe 14 or 15,
okay.
But not all of those would go to Planning Commission. A good chunk would, but some might have an administrative path.
And then basically over time, we anticipate that this criteria or number would go down, which would free up their capacity.
Yeah, the direction the policy is going is it seems like there's more and more paths for projects, especially housing projects, to seek administrative approval, where you limit public hearings. So I think if we looked at the past year, we canceled more than half of the Planning Commission's meetings. I think this year, as our process and code sorts out, they'll probably see more meetings as projects move through. We have the wave, but then I think moving forward after that, it remains to be seen, and some of that will be with how we craft our zoning code update and how we envision that body administering that ordinance versus administrative or other levels of approval.
Okay. Just want everyone to have that context.
Thank you. Let's see. So, did you have a preference then, given that?
I think I'm really torn. You know, I like the idea of some kind of outside body, but correct me if I'm wrong. Does that costs money? And if we create a new commission, that also costs money. So, you know, in an effort to be cost efficient here, you know, I'd lean towards then going towards the Planning Commission, or CRC, depending on workload. And we just heard, you know, our community development director say that planning's workload should be less over time.
I think the planning director, would you like to add to that comment?
One of the considerations is this doesn't have to be a forever decision. You could direct staff to say, we're going to make this recommendation on the review body, but after it's seen 3 or 5 applications or after 2 or 3 years, bring it back to us and let's revisit and make sure that was the right choice. So that could be an option. So where it's not now is the only bite at the apple. Something to consider as you make your recommendation.
Okay. How about Councilmember Newsom? Because I feel like we've heard from the others, at least in some manner.
Given all the housing that we hope and anticipate to come, I am concerned of the workload for the Planning Commission currently. But that said, I'm kind of agnostic. I could go with the CRC. I could go with the Planning Commission. I think whoever it is, we're going to have to give them some resources so that they know what the right questions and right things to be asking and looking for are. And so there's going to be an education process. It's not going to just be we're having to do the Planning Commission and we're throwing them in the water. And there's got to be that. I like Director Dahl's comment of the idea of maybe we look at the first 3 or 5, and then if it's really time consuming, we could move it to another body. But that's where I am with it.
Yes, I would agree with that, and just note that I think you're right, Councilmember Newsom, in that anybody that currently exists would need some training. To me, I think it's been indicated that the Planning Commission would need less training, and I think if that's the case, and given what Councilmember Spirko-Gaditsky was mentioning about efficiency, to me, I think does that make an impression on you?
Yes, but I would like to hear from the rest of the council to see where.
Very well. Deputy Mayor.
Do you want to?
Oh, sorry. Did you want to go first?
No, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I came up through the Community Relations Commission, and one of the key responsibilities that we had was reviewing and providing feedback on the housing element. So these folks are already somewhat involved in housing, historic preservation units, all of that. So I don't think that the ability to train these folks is a bad thing or is a large lift. And again, it goes back to the fact that the CRC, one of the main tenets of the CRC's work is equity. And I think that property rights has a lot to do with equity. And I would advocate for us to give, if we can't do a third party, I would advocate the CRC.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
And I guess I would say, given even the discussion we've had tonight, that this is a complex topic that is not just is easy to learn, to be trained on, to be supported by. And I like the idea of doing an initial, let's do a couple years and see. But that's even more reason why I would recommend we start out with some professionals in a commission, because then it can almost establish and show us how to do it and what kind of resources and talent we need. And then after a couple of years, either we maintain it or we bring it in-house. So I still feel pretty strongly that you need that expertise.
I was assuming that the third party was not an option, but I'm really with you.
Okay, so it sounds like we still have 2 votes for third party, 2 votes for maybe planning commission.
We're talking about I think you said we couldn't do a third party per se, but we could do a
standalone commission.
A standalone commission, right?
Historic Review Commission.
Right.
So just to recap, if I may, I think the options that are before you are planning commission, CRC, or creating a new commission. Right, like a historic review commission, which some cities do, which, it just means staffing a new body. So I think those are the 3 options before you.
Through the mayor, I do know for a fact that Walnut Creek does have a standalone commission because my uncle's been on it for the last 3 years. They don't see a lot of cases. It's maybe 3 or 4 meetings a year. So I would support that concept in earnest. Simply because I think I really am concerned about the planning commission. I think they're going to be very busy the next few years, and so that for that reason I lean that way. But that's my.
Okay, I sure hope there are other members of the public in the city of San Mateo with master's degrees in historic resources that aren't on the planning commission that are willing to join.
Through the mayor,
Yep.
It also may be that we could pull someone from the planning commission. We have people who are on multiple commissions currently, so that would be, if we wanted to single out that one person, if that one person wanted to, maybe we're doing this in a pilot test environment. So that's my thoughts.
We have the direction that we need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. That's a good point. Thank you everybody for being with us tonight.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have at least one more item here. If you will not be joining us for that item, please feel free to depart silently. Thank you. The next item is accessory dwelling unit ordinance, zoning code amendments, and ordinance introduction.
Thank you, folks. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we have 2 minutes to bio break? Sorry.
Okay, we're going to take 2 minutes, a 2-minute recess. So we'll be back resuming in 2 minutes. If you're conversing, please feel free to do so outside chambers. Thank you. Good evening. Okay, we have returned. Thank you for your patience. And now we will move on to item 17, Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance, Zoning Code Amendments, Ordinance Introduction. We have a presentation from Elizabeth Gagliardi, Associate Planner. Good evening and welcome.
All right. Good evening, City Council and community members, although it's a bit empty in here. Maybe we've got some folks online. I'm Liz Gagliardi, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department, and I will be presenting on this item tonight, which is an introduction for updates to our accessory dwelling unit or ADU ordinance. We'll go to the next slide. So I'll be moving quickly through a lot of information, but I'm happy to come back to anything if we need to during discussion. I'll start off with some quick background for ADU regulations, then cover the proposed updates to our local ordinance, and end with the recommendation to the council for ordinance introduction. Next slide. So starting with some history on ADU regulations, going back to 2016 through about 2019 and actually continuing on to today, the state of California adopted several bills to streamline and promote ADU production statewide. Then in 2022, the city of San Mateo adopted an updated local ADU ordinance, which is what we currently have on the books. Then in 2024, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which I'll refer to as HCD, provided formal review of the city's local ADU ordinance, and they also updated their ADU handbook shortly after. So this kicked off the current ADU ordinance update. We've had several meetings leading up to tonight, but that brings us to tonight's hearing. Next slide. This just provides a snapshot of ADU production in San Mateo since the current ADU ordinance was adopted through the end of last year. So ADU production has remained steady with a total of about 300 ADU permits issued since our current ordinance was adopted. This is more than any other jurisdiction in San Mateo County, and we expect ADU production to continue at a similar pace. Next slide. There's also housing element policy directed specifically to the updates being proposed tonight, specifically policy H1.4 to support increased ADU development, which includes an implementation action to amend the city's ADU ordinance to align with current state law and resolve any inconsistencies identified by HCD. Next slide. So that brings us to the proposed updates, which fall into two broad categories. The first being updates that address specific comments from HCD that are required to comply with state ADU law. The next category of updates are additional changes that go beyond the minimum required by state law to address community needs and ordinance functionality. Next slide. So I will cover the state law updates first. This slide provides an overview of the changes that have been included in the updated ordinance specifically to address HCD comments and state law compliance. These include updates and clarification around definitions, separate sale of ADUs, impact fees, the removal of a reference to a variance process for ADUs, updates to the number of ADUs permitted on a single-family property, clarification on how front setbacks are applied, as well as architectural standards for ADUs. Finally, updates to our junior ADU standards, as well as multifamily ADU standards. Next slide. So now on to the local changes that are proposed to address community needs and ordinance functionality. Here's a summary of the additional local standards that have been updated, and I'll cover each of these in detail in the coming slides. Next slide. The first is changes to the local ADU discretionary review or ADU-DR process. So under state law, ministerial approval is required when an ADU meets state law requirements. A local agency may also adopt additional objective standards for ADUs. In San Mateo, the current local process offers two paths for ADU review. The first is for a ministerial ADU review for units that meet the development standards of our local ordinance. The second option is for ADU discretionary review or ADU-DR, which is an alternative option to consider ADUs that exceed those development standards. The ADU-DR process requires that the ADU design go through a planning application review before approval, and it is subject to an appeals process, unlike ministerial approvals, which cannot be appealed. Next slide. So the updates that are proposed to the ADU-DR process include clarification for when the ADU-DR would apply, specifically for exceptions to height, setbacks, or daylight plane, or for large second-story decks, but not to increase the available floor area of a property. The ADU-DR findings have also been updated for greater clarification, and a proposed update to the ADU-DR appeals process would change the appeal body for these decisions from the Planning Commission, which it is currently given to, over to the city manager or a designee, which could be a hearing officer. Next slide. So moving on to maximum ADU unit size standards. State law sets specific size requirements that local regulations cannot preclude. Under current local ADU regulations, there's actually no specific size limit on ADUs in San Mateo. Rather, ADU size is regulated by floor area ratio available on a lot, with up to 800 square feet of ADU area exempt from total FAR. Additionally, the ADU cannot be larger than the primary unit. In August, the Planning Commission held a study session, which included some discussion of introducing additional size requirements for ADUs in San Mateo, with the Planning Commission ultimately directing staff to keep the existing FAR regulations for ADUs and not further regulate ADU size. Therefore, the updates to ADU maximum size standards include only clarification for how the ADU floor area ratio exemption is applied, specifically to ADU living area, to align with state law. Next slide. So next up are height limits for detached ADUs. State law sets minimum height requirements for ADUs, which extend up to 18 feet in areas near transit or on multifamily lots. Local height regulations must allow for 2-story detached ADUs, and notably, state law only sets regulations on total ADU height, unlike San Mateo's zoning code, which regulates maximum height to the top building plate as well as roof peak. Next slide. So the current local ordinance in San Mateo sets the maximum height for detached ADUs at 16 feet to top plate and 24 feet to roof peak, which is shown in the diagram on the slide. The updated standard would not change the maximum height to roof peak, but it would allow for a taller plate height, increased by 2 feet, so up to 18 feet to top plate, and all of these are measured from existing grade. And this change is proposed to better align local height requirements with state law and to allow for more standard 2-story ADU construction via ministerial review. Next slide. So the next change proposed is a setback exception for single-family ADUs in the rear 1/3 of a parcel that meets the existing standards for accessory structure construction. Current local ADU setback standards align with state law, which allows for 4-foot side and rear setbacks for new construction ADUs and for conversions of existing structures to ADUs to be located within setbacks. So applying this further exception would extend the same setback exceptions that are already applied for accessory structures in the rear third of a single-family property to new construction ADUs that are built to the same standards. Moving on to parking standards. So state ADU law provides numerous scenarios for ADU construction where no parking is required. Those are listed on this slide. They include, but are not limited to, conversion ADUs, ADUs within a half mile of transit, which is broadly defined by ADU law, or within 1 block of car share. And in all of these situations, under state law, no parking can be required for the ADU. Next slide. So this map shows how these extensive parking exemptions which are already in place under state law, apply across San Mateo. This actually only shows the transit proximity exemptions. And as you can see, very few properties are outside of the exempt areas. So parking exemptions pretty much apply for most of the city already under current state law. Next slide. So to ensure equitable application of parking standards, the proposed update would eliminate all parking requirements for ADUs, paired with an expanded provisions to allow for voluntary parking to be developed with ADUs. Next slide. So this covers some of those additional standards for voluntary parking, which I just mentioned. The updated standards would allow for parking to be provided optionally when an ADU is developed, and more permissive configurations than would otherwise be allowed for off-street parking, particularly in single-family districts. So the way that we've included this in the ordinance would be to allow for up to 2 voluntary parking spaces provided with an ADU. Again, those are optional voluntary stalls. ADU parking could be allowed in tandem configurations. Currently, in single-family zoning districts, tandem parking is not permitted to meet minimum parking requirements, but it would be allowed for ADUs. Existing driveways or curb cuts may remain when a garage is demolished or converted to an ADU. This is already done in practice, but would be kind of solidified with the updates to the ordinance. The next provision would be to allow for driveways to be expanded to up to 20 feet beyond the current requirements of 17, which allows a little extra width to accommodate that voluntary parking area. And finally, we would introduce setback exemptions for covered parking that's within the footprint of a 2-story ADU. So this could look something like the image that's shown on screen, where you have a garage with the ADU living space above. And in that situation, the garage would be afforded the same setbacks as the ADU. And finally, the last set of updates that we've looked at are related to second-story decks and balconies, which under the current ordinance always require an ADU-DR application when they're proposed with an ADU. Next slide. The updated standards would allow for second-story decks and balconies to be reviewed ministerially when they're under 50 square feet, interior facing, and located outside of underlying setbacks. The ADU-DR process would remain an available option to review ADU designs with larger decks or balconies that exceed these standards, with one notable exception that roof decks would be prohibited above any portion of an ADU living space. So prior to tonight's ordinance introduction, this item was brought to the Planning Commission on December 9th, 2025 for public hearing and recommendation. There was one written comment letter submitted and no public speakers provided verbal comment at that meeting. The Planning Commission received the report, they asked some clarifying questions of staff, and then deliberated the recommendation, ultimately including a recommendation of approval of the ADU ordinance updates with 3 additional changes, which I will detail on the next slide. This motion carried unanimously of a vote 4-0. One commissioner was absent. Next slide. So this summarizes the additional recommendations that were introduced by the Planning Commission, which include first to add language to the section 27.19.045 to clarify that the ADU-DR process may be used to review an ADU proposal that is not compliant with any objective standard in the ADU ordinance with the exception of FAR maximums. The second recommendation is to keep the existing appeals process in the section for ADU-DR applications to be appealed to the Planning Commission, and if appealed again, onto City Council. And the third one is to change the standard for location of second-story decks or balconies proposed with an ADU in section 2719060H5 to state that the balcony, quote, shall not face adjacent residential properties. And then looking at next steps, following tonight's hearing, should the council move forward with approval of the ordinance, it will be brought back to the council for a second reading and adoption. Once adopted, the ordinance would become effective 30 days thereafter. And following the new ordinance adoption, staff will work to update our ADU webpage, all of our handouts, supplemental materials to make this a little bit more accessible and understandable for our development community and homeowners, and also partner with the ADU Resource Center of San Mateo County on continued public outreach and info sessions to support local ADU production and implementation of the changes. So with that, I have the recommendation before the council here tonight to introduce the ordinance. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to open up for public comment. City Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Mayor Lorraine, we have not received any requests to speak in chambers or in our virtual environment.
Very well. Then I will close public comment for this item and look for any questions or comments from council colleagues. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you, and thank you for putting this all together. The complexity is mind-numbing, so I really appreciate it. Whenever we've talked about appeals for anything in the past, it tends to be that we go toward having a hearing officer deal with appeals, whether as opposed to the planning commission or the city council, certainly the city council, because I don't know that I would have the knowledge or ability to hear an appeal. So I wonder what my fellow council members would think about having an appeal on an ADU basis go to a hearing officer as opposed to the planning commission. If I understand, they recommended that it go to planning commission or city council.
If I can offer a
Sure.
comment. So, as mentioned during the presentation, what we're talking about is the discretionary ADU process, which I think the Planning Commission was recommending to continue with the existing process, have that be appealable to the City Council, as opposed to, say, the ministerial ADUs, where, say, if that's denied, then under state law, that has to be appealable to the governing body. So again, ministerial, it's got to be appealable to the council, but for discretionary ADUs, that's not necessarily the case. So I think the question for the council is, do you want to have everything appealable to the city council, or to have appeals of discretionary ADUs appealable to a hearing officer? So that's if that makes sense, that's the question that's before you.
That makes sense, and I just don't know that this body is the right body to do appeals of any sort. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts, questions? Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm curious, do we have any idea? So right now, I think I was told, maybe by the city manager, we get about 100 applicants for ADUs a year. Is that right?
So it's in the presentation, but we've had 300 over the last 3 years, I believe.
And so based on that, how many times do we anticipate having discretionary?
There's a handful. I think our director can speak to that because we've had to go through the number together, I think, previously. Right, Zach?
Yeah, so actually, I know Liz has the number of ADU, because we've issued 300 ADU permits. We've gotten even more applications than that. But yeah, it's a much smaller number for the discretionary ADU approvals.
Yeah, so through the mayor, the total submittals we've had for the ADU DR process, this is from 2022 to the last time I updated the data before Planning Commission, so December, 19 submittals. Of those, 11 were approved. Several either were withdrawn and chose to resubmit after they redesigned to meet ministerial standards, or I believe there was one that was still under review at that time. So it's a small number of the total. And we have not had one appealed to date.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to echo that I concur with Councilmember Diaz-Nash, and I would be open to exploring the body to which we send appeals.
I hear this and feel compelled to offer a different opinion, which is that I think while I understand I believe I understand the idea that certainly with regard to our commissions and even at council, we are citizens from a diverse background. We are, I guess, residents, community members, and we have various skill sets, but we may not have all the very specific skill sets required for specific reviews. And yet, I do feel that we were elected to weigh in on some of these matters. And in lieu of hiring out for each particular case, if city staff has a certain amount of expertise that can be brought to bear to the matter, and we as representatives of the community can interpret it and do the best we can to further the best interests of the city, I think that is our charge. And specifically in addition to that, the Planning Commission, I think as evidenced by their participation in the item before them, have some experience in these matters and have read up and studied these and have come to some conclusions that I trust. So I would personally be okay with Planning Commission suggestions as presented in the proposal, but am interested in hearing from others.
Great presentation. How does the city plan to educate homeowners and neighbors about what's allowed by right versus discretionary?
Yeah, so we have our website with handouts and information on this. A lot of the time it really comes down to like homeowners will come in and chat with a planner at the counter, and we're always happy to like walk through their specific case. We also partner with the ADU Resource Center, which is a county-wide resource, and they do similar work that actually can kind of go beyond what counter staff can offer in many cases, since we're very permit focused. But I know they offer like one-on-one homeowner ADU consultations, which we often refer folks to if they have particular questions around how they can make this process work for them. And we have also engaged with the ADU Resource Center on doing like continued outreach, whether that be local webinars that are specific to San Mateo standards, or they also do a lot of work that's like pretty broad and applicable throughout the county. But yeah, we would look at continuing that partnership and what we've been doing in the past with that outreach.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that we have I appreciate that we're doing these updates. I think that we're getting in compliance with state law, helping to increase housing choice. So I don't really have an opinion one way or another about a hearing officer. I'd be fine to go with Lisa and Nicole's suggestion based on Prasanna's input on discretionary. But yeah, planning, that's fine too.
Councilmember Newsom, what do you think?
I guess what's the question? I'm in the same boat. I think the Planning Commission's fine. A discretionary board is also fine. I don't know. It doesn't sound like we're talking about more than 5 cases a year that might come before the Planning Commission. Is that fair to say?
So maybe even less than that overall. I just want to also let the council know that there are timelines as well. So if you decide to go with the Planning Commission and the City Council, you guys are very busy as a City Council. And so if it ultimately gets appealed to you guys, it could be 10 months. Whereas a hearing officer could be way more expedient. So it's your prerogative of how you want to approach this. But this is just being real with you guys about just what's going on.
That does for me too, because ultimately ADUs are a great way to get housing, and we need housing, and there's 100+ people a year who want to do this. So based on that feedback, which I actually remember you telling me, and I'm sorry I didn't think about it. I do support the idea of it being reviewed before a discretionary person, because I don't want us to have to wait 10 months to get or 8 months. I don't want to do anything to slow down the process of building more ADUs and building more housing in San Mateo.
If I may,
Thank you.
through the mayor, I
Yes.
just want to clarify, like, that's the way the ordinance is written right now, to allow the decision of the zoning administrator to be appealed to the city manager or designee, which could be a hearing officer. So the council, if the consensus is to move forward for a hearing officer appeal or city manager or designee, you don't need to make any changes to the ordinance to move forward in that regard. And I also want to clarify one other thing. So for a ministerial ADU permit, if the permit is issued, that's not appealable. It's only where ministerial application for ministerial permit is, say it's deemed incomplete or denied, that's what's appealable to the council under state law.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Newsom, did you have something to add?
I just confer, like, I agree that we should move forward with it as it's stated.
Is that a motion?
Second.
Wait, are we voting on the whole thing? Are we voting on the whole thing?
Well, are there other questions or comments related to this? Okay.
I do have one comment. Okay. And, I understand the state not requiring parking. We've heard a lot tonight about parking, and we're going to hear even more next week. So I guess this is a comment because I really can't make it, but I would suggest that as we look at parking permit programs going forward, that we make sure that an ADU, it counts as the accessibility of having more permits. So to use my mom as an example, she's in the neighborhood of Sarah High School. Her household can only have 2 parking permits on the street, and they can have 2 that are applied, or they can have 1 guest and 1 applied. But I would suggest that once we start having ADUs, that for parking permits, that those be considered as at least giving them another street parking, since we're not requiring them to have parking provided or a garage space.
So I think Councilmember Newsom is just suggesting something to be considered for future council action.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not part of what's before the council right now. And thank you. For the recommendation, you could, if you wanted to, in terms of making a motion, you could just move the staff recommendation as written on the slide, or you could read the slide if you really wanted to, but you don't need to.
Before we go ahead with that, I did just want to ask a quick clarifying question, because now I realize I may need to ask this. But through the presentation, we learned that Planning Commission gave 3 suggestions outside of like, I guess, what staff recommended, and we talked as a council just now about one of those, and seemed to lean toward staff's recommendation on that. But are the other 2 suggestions currently included in this recommendation or not?
Through the mayor, they are not included, but I can pull them back up if you'd like to also include any of the additional recommendations from the Planning Commission. Also happy to answer questions related to their deliberation on these items as well.
Excellent. Yes. Could you please?
It's the slide just before this one. One more. That's it.
Great. So we talked about number 2. We didn't necessarily discuss numbers 1 or 3. Maybe I will ask Elizabeth, if you don't mind, to share maybe a high level sense. City Manager, did you?
Before we do that, can we extend the meeting?
Yes, thank you. It has reached 11 o'clock, and so we do need council to weigh in on whether to continue.
Let's continue.
Agreed?
Second.
Very good. Are we all set there? City Clerk? Very good.
Well, you need a motion and a vote.
Okay.
I motion to continue. I second.
For any particular length of time?
30 minutes.
Very good. City Clerk?
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yep.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
And Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, City Attorney, for the clarification. Okay, returning to the item, I was going to ask Elizabeth if you wouldn't mind maybe sharing a little bit of the idea behind what conversation occurred in Planning Commission meeting.
Sure. So I'll start with the first one, which is to add that language to the ADUDR process to clarify that this could be used to review any ADU proposal that's not compliant with any objective standard. So this recommendation was reached after discussing the specific language in the draft ordinance, which includes, it specifically lists height, setbacks, daylight plane, and then those balconies that don't meet the ministerial standards listed. And the Planning Commission wanted to be very clear that these may not be the only objective standards under the sun, and that they would want to consider anything that goes beyond an objective standard, even not limited to those listed. So it would just be to make that clarification in the language. And then I think we discussed number 2. Number 3 would be to change the standard for location of second-story decks or balconies when proposed with an ADU to state that the balcony shall not face an adjacent residential property. The way that this was drafted was to state that the deck would need to be interior facing. And there was discussion around whether it mattered if the deck faced another residential property. Potentially it could face a commercial property, a street, and less concern around privacy in those situations. So the proposed change to the language was meant to be more specific and prescriptive about what that balcony would overlook and when we would want to regulate that.
Very much appreciated. And I would like to just ask a quick clarifying question related to number 1, because I think, frankly, my earlier understanding was that we had a ministerial process and this ADUDR process. So if a proposal were not compliant with one objective standard, under like staff's recommendation, what would occur?
So typically when we receive ADU proposals that are not compliant, we would inform the applicant that they would either need to apply for ADUDR to review that exception to the standard, or revise the proposal to meet the standard and proceed with ministerial. So we would usually have that conversation around options, and then it would be on the applicant to decide how they'd like to proceed.
I see. Whereas Planning Commission's recommendation is putting it down a pathway.
Not necessarily. I believe it was more to clarify in the language that the ADUDR process would be applicable for a proposal that's not compliant with any objective standard, not limited to height, setbacks, daylight plane, or large balconies. So conceivably there could be a standard that's not in that list of 4, and wanted to make sure that it was inclusive of any exceptional circumstance, if that makes sense.
I believe so. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the extra information. Do other council members have any thoughts on these as inclusions? I see a shaking head. I see another shaking head. So, I mean, personally, I feel like these may not be the most earth-shattering changes. They, to me, seem informed by those who have experience with such processes, and so I would be inclined to support including them. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I talked to Planning Commissioner Patel about this whole discussion that came before the Planning Commission, and I'm still kind of struggling with number 3 in the sense of, okay, it's an internal. So, like, to use my neighborhood as an example, there's a lot of we have an alleyway behind our house with a lot of garages, and so by this logic, it'd be okay to put a balcony facing the main house, the front of the house, but it would not be okay to have it facing either the alleyway or the streets, or the houses on either side. And as I've started to think about that, I'm like, the interior side would actually make more sense than the one facing the front of the house, because a balcony facing the front of the house would be looking in at my neighbors to the left and right of me. And so I'm wondering if maybe I'm overthinking it, but like an interior balcony, I guess I'm just trying to come to full circle with what exactly is not facing an adjacent residential property. Because if the ADU is 2 stories and the houses to the right and left of me are only 1 story, by definition, even an internal balcony or interior facing balcony is still going to be facing into the neighbors to the right and left of me's house and backyard. Does that make sense? So I guess I'm asking for a little more clarification as to what does it mean shall not face adjacent residential properties versus interior balcony. If you could try to help me figure that out. Thank you.
I can jump in to kind of think about. So I think in the general sense, so say you've got a residential neighbor on each side, and your rear is a water tank. That would be okay for the deck to face the water tank. We wouldn't want it facing a residential neighbor. So I think what it's saying is, if you've got a residential property, we want the deck oriented away from that. But if you're adjacent to another use, a commercial building, a water tank, a park, something that's non-residential, we wouldn't have that same restriction where a balcony could be oriented in that direction. So I think that would be how staff would interpret if this provision were to be incorporated into the code, to keep it ministerial. That's how we would interpret it.
Thank you for clarifying.
There we go. I wonder if it would be helpful to just go over what the original proposed language was again to compare with this.
Thank you.
Sure, I have that on slide 22. Oh, yes, this one. That one right there, yeah. Oh, nope, sorry, wrong one. It's titled Second Story Decks and Balconies. Updated Standard is the subheader. So it's this one.
So I think, if I could just say, I think my point was just calling out that the original proposal was just to say deck is interior facing. So that regulation was sort of already in there. It was just more of a different way of phrasing it so that it was more specific, right? So it would just be specifically facing residential properties.
Yeah, and the reason, so I guess zooming out a little bit, the reason to have introduced these standards is the existing ordinance has subjective language around privacy, which is not enforceable under state law. So the effort was to try and write objective standards to address that same concern. And then, yes, to Joanna's point, similarly, this was, I guess, the proposed change is to clarify further that not only would the deck be interior facing, but also that the privacy concern really only applies to adjacent residential properties, and perhaps that privacy concern that the ordinance is aiming to regulate would not be present if the adjacent neighbor was a commercial property or a street or an alley, in the same way that it would be for a next door residential neighbor.
Okay, I'm okay with either way. I'm sorry, I'm still struggling to completely understand the difference even, but I'm okay with the planning commission's suggestion.
If I
Councilmember
may.
Spirko-Goditsky?
Yes, I'm okay with all three. I would like to see if there's anyone interested in proceeding.
Second?
Just to clarify, are we now looking at a motion that includes all three of the planning commission recommendations?
With the exception of the hearing officer,
okay.
yes.
So maybe number 1 and number 3 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we at least
Okay.
get through those?
Did we? Is that second still good?
Second, yep.
All right. City Clerk, please call roll call vote.
Certainly. Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky,
For planning commission recommendations 1 and 3, yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And that concludes that item.
Did we agree on item 2?
I think we agreed that it would not be included. Is that right?
But don't we have to determine what the body is that we...
Yeah.
No, I think
No,
we
it was
heard from
already-
the city
it's
attorney we
already
do not.
built in, it's already built into the ordinance. What staff's recommendation was that the zone administrator would go then to the city manager
Okay.
or their designee.
Fantastic.
So the only
Thank
things
you.
that you changed was 1 and 3 to include that now into the ordinance.
Okay. Perfect. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thus concludes item number 17. And we are now moving to reports, announcements, and committee updates. Does anyone have any? Yes, Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I would like to take a moment to let the people of Minneapolis, Minnesota know that I'm thinking of them and that I support them. What's happening there and in many other parts of our country is unacceptable. And I just want them to know that I, along with many others in San Mateo and on the council, have their back. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any reports, announcements, or committee updates? Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you very much. Let's see. So, trying to do updates of all the committees. I attended a downtown San Mateo board meeting on the 13th. A new slate of board leaders was unanimously elected with terms until July of 27. Mr. Rafat Haddad is going to be the new president, is the new president. Ms. Lori Morales is the vice president, and Ms. Kathy Levitt is the treasurer. And Mackenzie reported on many of the downtown activities during December that were very successful, but the traditional holiday train, not so successful because it doesn't make a stop and get off and entertain. You have to buy a ticket and ride the train. So they don't know if they'll do it again next year. Las Posadas was a big hit on North B, and Shop Small to Win Big had twice as many entries as last year. So that was very good. And then, let's see, we don't need it, that's whatever. Then I attended the Caltrain Local Policymakers Group meeting, also on the 13th. It was a busy day. And I highlighted to the group that San Mateo has more at-grade crossings than any other peninsula city, and said that on there they were trying to prioritize all the at-grade crossings up and down the peninsula, and they had Villa as being approved and funded, but East Bellevue was in the monitoring phase. So I got them to agree that it should be moved up to approved, but that we should still keep it eligible in case there's state funding or whatever available, because it's not fully funded yet, as Villa is. So that's that. Then I attended my first Rethink Waste board meeting, taking over after the mayor, and it was a fairly routine meeting. Michael Brownrigg was reelected president. Elena Dean was elected vice president. And there was a priority up in Sacramento trying to get rid of single-use vape cartridges, and they encouraged local city governments to introduce similar acts so that would pressure people in Sacramento to do it as well, because both from an environmental and a sustainability perspective. And then finally, I attended the first steering committee of the Blue Zone. You're smiling at me. Blue Zone Steering Committee, which was started by the Peninsula Healthcare District. Blue Zones, you may have heard of it. It's a sort of an international movement to focus on trying to emulate the lifestyle, the eating patterns, the exercise of the Mediterranean, a lot of Mediterranean people, because elders live longer and have better lives than all of us eating our high-fat, low-protein diets. So that's going to be a very interesting thing. San Mateo is one of the 4 cities that they're going to do a pilot on, along with Burlingame, Millbrae, and San Bruno. And we will keep you informed, but it should have lots of good opportunities. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, for modeling the way on that. I see Councilmember Newsom reaching for the mic. Please share.
This past Wednesday night, we had our San Mateo Consolidated Fire Board meeting. Was not a very long meeting, but there were 3 things that are maybe 4 things worth calling out. The first is we met our fire inspection goal by 100% for the 3rd year in a row, which means all multifamily units and all commercial facilities were inspected by the fire to make sure that they're safe, which is fantastic. The second was long time, and I'm not going to say how long, but San Mateo resident and training battalion chief Robert Cook retired the very end of December, so we had an acknowledgement for him. The third is that we have come to an agreement, at least we think we have, for the continuing to be the hazmat provider for the county. We did go back to the table to get more money because that program has, for the last few years, been understaffed or underfunded. And so we're trying to make sure that we, at a minimum, are whole, but we're also looking forward to, in the next year or so, going back to them to revise and try to make some continued improvements, because our hazmat offering, our hazmat is not really up to par with some of the other large hazmat departments for other counties within the Bay Area. And so challenge obviously being we have to go to the county and have them get funding, but that's something we'll be working on. And then the last thing is we had a board rotation, so the vice chair is now the board chair, and that would be me. So I'm now the fire board chair for the San Mateo Consolidated Fire. That's all I have as far as boards and commissions. If this is the appropriate time, I would like to ask the council something for consideration. Would you rather me wait first? Or?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, well, we've heard from a lot of our residents, and including former Councilmember Hedges tonight. I would like to ask the city and ask you as a council to direct the city to have us work in partnership with the state of California to find ways to take some action. I think that's what the community is asking for. I want to see us find ways to take action and work with them. Now, mind you, we can only advise and ask. We're not in a position of being able to make these changes because it's a state highway. But in talking to several people, not even all who I always agree with, some of the things I've heard, for example, are, when we look at downtown, we clutch or reset our crossing lights so that the pedestrians get a head start. The majority of the data shows that car strikes are actually happening not usually when people are hitting them head on, but when they're making turns. And one way to do that or help correct that is to see if there's the feasibility of resetting crossing lights so pedestrians have a 5 to 7 second head start, because that makes them more visible to cars when making turns. So there's one thing. This particular intersection we have brought up in the past, and in fact, I brought it up specifically because in my district, my own kids would walk 3 or 4 times a week home from Burrell School. So there's a lot of foot traffic coming from Burrell and Aragon, and this is the only crossing over the railroad tracks between 20th and 9th. So it's right there in the middle. This is the only place. So I think another takeaway might be that we look at this as a future site for a bike lane and more ped infrastructure that connects Beauvais over to the railroad tracks. And then going back to the state, I would like to ask, obviously we want to talk to our city engineers, but some things like possibly resetting lights to have some staggered times, possibly having at 3 or 4 major crossings, like 17th being one of them, having additional pedestrian flashing lights that the pedestrians could hit a button and have it flash. And then the other thing is making sure that the ECR is compliant with all the new state AB 413 daylighting, and making sure that the curbs have cars pulled back far enough from them so there's better visibility. So I would like to see if there is appetite from the council to write a letter to Caltrans and our elected officials and whoever else the city staff may think would be able to help us make this influence to see if we can make some change. Obviously we're not going to be the deciders in this, but we definitely have the influence, and I think we should be putting pressure on to have these changes made.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rob. That was very great.
City manager.
City manager.
So I think instead of having to bring it back, we can be even, more aggressive on our timeline. If you want to direct staff to write the letter and send that off, we've heard kind of the high points, and I'm seeing all the nodding heads on that. And then we can work with our local legislators. It always is really good to get them in the mix, and then get a meeting together with Caltrans District 4 and maybe 2 of you to attend that meeting as well. Does that work?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Please.
Sorry, I just would like to propose that Nicole attend that meeting, because she's our champion right now for the Grand Boulevard, and since that's on El Camino, then we're connecting like 2 issues in a way.
So you just want one? Or do you want 2?
Well, I imagine Councilmember Newsom would like to be
All right,
involved.
got it. I just want to make sure I got direction. Got it. So I have the direction I need. We'll get that going.
Thank all of you for your support on this. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your work. I think since I'm speaking, I'll just try to throw in a little bit. Well, yeah, I think I'll just give my committee update, and then if others have others to share, we'll do that, and then we do have a message before we adjourn. But I'll just join this parade of council members reporting out on their committee assignments in a robust way by noting that I attended Peninsula Clean Energy's board meeting last Thursday, and there were a number of potentially interesting updates. Sorry, one is well, first of all, I may have mentioned this before, but just please keep in mind that this is the 10-year anniversary of Peninsula Clean Energy this year, 2026. I believe I mentioned that there will be a name change later in this year from Peninsula Clean Energy to Westlight Energy. And there will be robust board-approved marketing to go into some events related to that to celebrate the work that's gone into the last 9 years, and a big announcement to push forward into the next decade. Another decision that happened late last year, was to take a community advisory committee, which was like something like a commission for the board, involving community members, including our own Robert Whitehair of San Mateo. The board decided with staff input to discontinue that committee in favor of beginning a new series of community feedback forums. And these would be larger events that were meant to be more open than a Brown Act restricted meeting in Woodside Road in Redwood City in a small room. These would be all over the county. And in fact, the first one was announced at this meeting to be in March 4th was the date announced, but there was some discussion about trying to find a venue and making this a bigger deal, because it was going to be in Half Moon Bay, and it was going to be on power outages and batteries. And you may have heard from some of your friends and colleagues in the coast that that's a topic of distinct interest. So we may get an update on that date, but I also may have mentioned, but I don't know if I remember, that Peninsula Clean Energy will be moving its office to the city of San Mateo later this year. So right now it's in Redwood City, but it looked into new office space and it found some in downtown San Mateo across the street from Central Park in the building. I think it's on it's Fifth Avenue. I want to say 405th, but it's the large dark building. Later this year that will happen. So we'll be in San Mateo. The main item was a new type of battery storage project, new for us, and a bit on the cutting edge. Compressed air and water is the main driver for this project, as opposed to lithium ion batteries. And folks may know that we had a fire in Moss Landing last year that caused some concern. Lithium ion batteries, of course, quite a concern at the Shoreway Recycling Center as well. And so to be able to look into a new type of battery technology that is effectively comprised of non-toxic elements, and can add to our diversity of renewable energy, is pretty cool, frankly. And so I was proud to be there and voting in support of that. And there was an approval of rates as well, which I think is important. Peninsula Clean Energy, since its inception, was intended to offer cleaner energy at a lower price than PG&E. And so far, it has been able to maintain that despite a volatile energy market that in some ways is not favorable to such an operation. But despite a reduction in rates from PG&E at the end of the year, thanks to sound fiscal management and strategic investments, et cetera, Peninsula Clean Energy was able to also reduce its rates so that it remains 10% under Peninsula Clean Energy's generation rates. And that concludes my committee update. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to share before we adjourn? Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
I just wanted to thank our city clerk. Were you going to do that too, Lisa? We all just want to say thank you for the upgrades. It's really great.
It was a team effort with Public Works, IT, and many others.
Well, we thank them all too. Yeah. I think the only other announcement is that we all had a wonderful time at Lunar New Year this past weekend. And it has grown. This is the third time they've done it. It's now at the point where next year they can no longer apply for a pop-up permit because so many people attended. So that's a good problem to have.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes,
To the mayor, are we going to be adjourning in the memory of a few people tonight?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
And if there are no other comments, I will begin describing those individuals because the council is saddened to learn of the passing of multiple individuals in our city. Firstly, as was noted in a number of public comments tonight, a pedestrian was hit and killed at the intersection of El Camino Real and 17th Avenue. Council offers our condolences to the victim and their family. There may be some other comments, I believe, from council members to expand on that. So I guess I should ask for those at this time.
Already did that. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. And additionally, we would like to take a moment to honor the memory of Diana Coughlin and her husband, Rob Coughlin, longtime San Mateo residents who both passed away last week, just days apart. Diana Coughlin passed peacefully at her home in San Mateo. She was a creative force in our community and a strong advocate for environmental stewardship. In 1979, she co-founded Coughlin & Son Landscapes, helping shape gardens throughout the Bay Area with a focus on California native and sustainable plants. She was actively involved in the San Mateo Arboretum Society, including serving as its president and remained a lifelong learner, volunteer, and engaged civic participant. Her husband, Rob Coughlin, passed away 4 days later, just 1 week shy of their 62nd wedding anniversary. Rob was widely respected as an environmental activist and public servant. He co-founded Friends of the River, served as the first president of the Surfrider Foundation, and spent decades advocating for clean water, wildlife protection, and public access to our coastline. Together, Diana and Rob made lasting contributions to San Mateo and beyond through their commitment to community, environmental responsibility, and civic engagement. Their impact will be felt for many years to come. And I do just want to mention that Mark Simon of the Daily Journal wrote his own piece on Rob and the Coughlins, and it's worth a read if anyone is interested. Additionally, we have one more to honor Mr. Daniel Gilbrack of San Mateo, longtime San Mateo resident, and the spouse of Elaine Gilbrack, who is a known leader of San Mateo, SAMCAR, and has both of them have been in these halls many times over the years. The Gilbrack family. I'm very sorry to report that Mr. Gilbrack apparently passed away in his sleep this morning, and he will certainly be missed. I had the pleasure of meeting him and knowing the Gilbracks. I went to high school with their son Barry and Dalen, and of course we see them around. We've seen them at many events, and I believe Councilmember Diaz-Nash has perhaps something to add.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just wanted to lift up and celebrate Dan's wonderful life, his spirit, his sense of humor, his curiosity. The two of them were everywhere in San Mateo at all events, all celebrations. Barry was part of their lives. Just the trio was fantastic. So I think he has gone on to something greater, but will hopefully be looking down on all of us with his smile. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I ask that we observe a moment of silence in the memory of all these individuals. Thank you.